Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jimmy James. You're watching Catch It Live First. We've got coming up for your delight over hopefully the next 5 days. The second test match between England and the West Indies, playing for the Botham Richards Trophy. England 1-0 up with the victory, an easy victory, let's be honest, at Lord's in the first test. That was over within 2 days and 2 hours. So the West Indies, although they've got an inexperienced side, excuse me, they'll be hoping for a better showing. We'll go through the teams in a moment. I've got to work while I'm doing this as well, so apologies, but got to pay them bills. West Indies won the toss and elected to field. So we'll go through the teams quickly. England go with Crawley, Duckett, Ollie Pope, Root, Brooke, Stokes, Smith, Wokes, Atkinson, Wood, who's in to replace Jimmy Anderson. Well, replacing him for a long time because he's obviously retired now. Fantastic career. And Bashir, who we didn't get to see at Lord's, so hopefully he'll get the sun's out at Trent Bridge, so hopefully we'll get to see some balls bowled by Bashir the spinner. The West Indies have gone with Brathwaite, Louis, Mackenzie, Athenaze, Hodge, Holder, De Silva, Joseph, Sinclair, Joseph Jr., as we'll call him, Shamar. Hopefully he's got over his leg issues. And Seals. Morty's been replaced by Sinclair. He was feeling unwell. So that's the one change that the West Indies have made. We've got the chat up and running. So please feel free. Feel free to use the chat. The yen's strengthening against the dollar. So if you're thinking of going to Japan for your holidays, there's still time. It's not quite as good as it was. So it's going to be Alzari Joseph to open the bowling. Still can't get used to calling him Joseph. But that's what they like to call him. So it's Joseph runs in. Crawley beats the outside edge first ball. Looked like that ball came off the wicket quicker already than what we had at Lord's. That wicket at Lord's was a little bit damp still, you know, underneath. But this, looking at that wicket, there's a little bits of grass on it. But already looks like there's more bounce and pace for the bowlers, which they'll be happy about. I know Gus Atkinson will. Alzari in again. This one bounces on Crawley, just drops it in front of him. But already you can see there's bounce in this wicket. Crawley's a tall man, isn't he? A quick shout out, if you haven't done so already, please give us a subscribe. Ping that notification bell. And if you give us a like, that's fantastic. Even if you don't subscribe, YouTube loves likes for some reason. The kids know why, I don't, but Joseph into Crawley. It's the outside edge. Straight to the man at slip. And you're going to have to go, Crawley. He looks back at the wicket, and he also, very early on, we've got the duck following him out. He won't be happy with that, won't Crawley, but it was a lovely delivery. Didn't really move in the air, but a little bit of bounce and movement off the wicket, and a thick outside edge to third slip. Zach Crawley, you're going for naught. The West Indies celebrate. It's following you off, Zach. Unlucky, my friend. 3 balls faced. Caught Athanase, bowled Alzari Joseph. You've gone for none. Not the start England would have wanted, obviously. The start that the West Indies wanted. That'll put a bit of a spring in the bowler's step for sure. Yeah, the sun's beating down at Trent Bridge. So that wicket's only going to get more bounce in it, which will suit the West Indian bowlers. But obviously, Gus Atkinson, our debutant at Lords, took a wicket with his second ball. Took his second wicket in his second over. And took 3 wickets in 4 deliveries. Was unlucky not to get his hat-trick. His eyes will be lighting up at the bounce that's coming off this Trent Bridge wicket already. Ollie Pope comes into bat. So we've now got 3 slips and a gully. First slip slightly wide of the wicket keeper. Joseph into Pope. Gets right behind it, just pushes it to leg side. Just turn my microphone off and have a bit of a cough. Oh, that's better. Liberating. Joseph into Pope again. Pitches this one up. No movement in the air. And Pope just pushes that back to the bowler. Just seen a replay there from a different angle of that Crawley dismissal. It got a little bit higher on than he thought, and it kind of came off the shoulder, it looked like. Final ball of the over, Pope on strike, once again pitched up by Joseph. Just driven back past the bowler to long, no one at long on. And that'll be England off the mark. 4 for 1 from the first over. Ollie Pope. He'll be happy with that. But he's pitched that final 2 balls of that first over up, trying to get it moving in the air as well. But wasn't to beat, and he went for 4 off his last delivery. You won't mind that though. Getting the wicket of Crawley. That's what the West Indies and Alzari Joseph will be excited about off that over. Hopefully everything's alright with the stream. It's looking good. There's a buzz around the ground. Lots of hats on. T-shirts. That's what we like. No sign of rain. So it's Jaden Seals going to come on, 22-year-old bowler. As we saw at Lords, he's got a wicked Yorker. So Duckett will be on strike. He's yet to face a ball. Left-handed batsman. That's wide across him there from Duckett. From Seals, and you don't often see that in Test match cricket, but that's given us a wide. I mean, Duckett's only short, isn't he, as well, so it makes it look worse. But Seals trying to get his radar sorted. Just a loosener there, just a loosener. Ben Duckett, a best of 182. Never Never makes me feel like he's in. Duckett. Seals in again. This one's driven through the covers though as he pitched that one up. Slightly, you can see what the plan is. They're trying to tempt Duckett outside the off stump straight away. But he was up for the challenge there and drove that one to the boundary. It went like a missile. Definite plan from Seals to pitch the ball up. Off this wicket with a bit of bounce that Joseph got. He might just bring it back a yard. We'll see. He's in again. Wide again. He just rocked back there and cut it through, probably forward points there. But it races to the boundary. And that definite plan of pitch it up to Duckett, outside off stump, let him keep trying to drive him. That was wide as well, and he still went for it. And as long as it's going to the boundary, you're happy. But the first one goes off the edge, you're saying to yourself, why didn't I just leave it alone? But just like that, England move on to 13 for 1. It's coming around the wicket now. Got 3 slips and a gully in place as Seals. This one, a little bit of movement in the air towards outside off stump, but he's clipped that through deep mid-wicket, and that'll race away to the boundary for 4 also. Interesting though that he got some movement in the air. It was just on, probably looking at it again, it was on off stump. Yeah, definite movement in the air. On off stump and kept drifting towards Duckett's pads, and he pinged that right off the middle. Just timed it perfectly. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Raced away to the boundary for 4. Seals has a big smile on his face. Then a grimace. In the air again there was movement and pitched up, and this time he's given it the treatment. Didn't time this one quite as well. Well, he timed it all right, but didn't get it off the middle. It races away for 4. So this over so far, we had a wide, and now we've had 4 fours. England 17 for 1. Just making a little change in the field here. They've put a man at, there's a man at point. Seals runs in, Duckett on strike, gets beaten outside the off stump this time. And it's a good job he didn't get an edge on that, because the keeper, De Silva, dropped it after he juggled it. Yeah, a bit of movement in the air again. Beat Duckett on the outside of his bat, and as it went through to De Silva, he juggled it and dropped it. Final ball of this over for Seals. This time, middle of the bat, push through the covers, and they'll just get a couple there to end the second over. England move on to 23 for 1. Duckett's on 18 from 6. Tell him it's not a T20 match, will you? Ollie Pope's on 4, he's faced 3 deliveries. Trent Bridge is looking fantastic. Full house. I'll be very close to it. Doesn't look like there's a lot of space, but no, can't see any empty seats. Crawley will be disappointed with that shot he played. Well, it was a bit of a good ball from Alzari Joseph, who's now running into ball to Pope. Slides that one down the leg side. Pope tries to clip it away, but can't get any bat or pad involved. Straight through to the keeper, De Silva. Joseph in again, forward defensive by Pope. Beats the outside edge through to the keeper. 89 mile an hour at the minute, the pace that Alzari Joseph's bowling. Joseph turns. Starts his run up, the sun on his back. Pope on strike. Pope pulls this one to deep square leg. Fine leg will get around Shamar Joseph, and that'll be a couple added to the scoreboard. 25 for 1. Pope moves on to 6. Three slips and a gully in place. Man at point, man at mid-off. Joseph starts his run up. Strays onto leg side again. This one's clipped towards square leg. Can't get a hand on it, the fielder. That'll be another couple added to the total. Pope moves on to 8. England move on to 27 for 1. Both flags are fluttering, just a nice breeze in the ground. Joseph in again. This one's outside off stump. This one's, I think he played that. It's raced down to third man to the boundary for 4. But that was more of a guided shot from Ollie Pope as opposed to an edge, and it went past third slip. Yeah, hit that into the ground. Lovely shot. Just turned his wrist at the last minute. Guided down to third man. That'll be 4 added to his total. 6 boundaries so far. England 31 for 1. We've not even completed our third over yet. 1 ball left. Pope's on 12. Duckett's on 18 from 6 deliveries. Crawley was out for 0 though. This one's good line, good length, played on middle stump, but clipped through the leg to the leg side. Mid wicket. I don't know if it was a misfield or if it was to the side of him, but either way it's raced to the boundary. .35 for 1 England. Pope on 16 now from 9 deliveries. The Seals to bowl his second over. His first over struggled a little bit with direction. If a ducket on strike, Seals to bowl, 3 slips, a gully, a little bit of width again outside off stump, bit of bounce, a little bit shorter, but it's the same treatment. You just kind of push that through square leg and it races away to the boundary, and he's raced on to 22. Just watching that, that's not a bad ball. It's just pushed through the offside, but it raced away. How close was the fielder at point? No, it wasn't a misfield. It was about 4 yards away from him. He was kind of more of a backward point. It went to the boundary. Seals in again. Pitches this one up. Just outside off stump. This one just gets dropped into the offside. Dot ball, which Seals and the West Indies will be happy about. Two slips and a gully in place now. Width outside the off stump, slashes at it again, does Pope. Got an edge on that, but it bounces before it got to the keeper De Silva. This is a ducket where he needs to be careful. They're obviously bowling to a plan, the West Indies. Tempt him outside that off stump, get him driving, get him trying to cut, and hopefully giving him an edge. It bounces just in front of De Silva there, the keeper. Needs to be careful there, that does ducket. He's on 22 for 9 though already. Seals runs in again. Wide again, outside off stump. Has a thrash at that one. Nothing on it, through to the keeper. But it's almost like he's getting giddy here, Duckett. Maybe he needs to just reset, just let 1 or 2 of them go. Let the keeper have some catching practice. Unless he's trying to work his way into the T20 team. Seals. This one, he just cuts that one down into the floor. Gully can't stop that, and it'll race away for 4. Somebody's going to have to give up soon. It's either the batsman Duckett who's going to give his wicket away and fall into the trap that the West Indies have set, or the West Indies are going to have to change tact. I mean, that wasn't an edge. It was played down into the ground there. Sort of fifth slip, gully kind of position. Got a fingertip to it, but it still raced away to the boundary. England, like... This will be the 4th over, and England are already on 43 for 1. Yes, we've lost Zach Crawley. Alzari Joseph with a lovely ball to him. He was out for a duck. But off 11 deliveries, Duckett's on 26. They keep giving him the width outside the off stump. Seals in, final ball of the over. This one he bowls a little bit shorter onto the hip of Duckett, and he just tickles that one down to fine leg for a single, end of the over. 44 for 1 England. So something is going to have to give. We'll find out now how he's going to get on facing Alzari Joseph. I don't think he's faced Joseph so far. I might be wrong, but I don't remember that. And he's been getting most of his runs in boundaries. He's not bothering running. Glorious sunshine down here in Devon as well. All the fields are looking resplendent. It's going to be Joseph. Into Duckett. Bowls this one onto his hip. He spins, pulls it to deep backward square leg. He'll take the arm on. Comfortable too there in the end. A wild throw coming in anyway. And Duckett's on 29. I just never feel that he's not going to get out, if that makes sense. Just looking at Brian Lara. He's looking fit and healthy. Good to see. England 46 for 1, by the way. Looking cool with his suit on. Shirt undone at the top. Pair of shades hanging down. What a cool dude. Joseph starts his run up. Duckett waits. This one's pushed through the covers as well. Timed it beautifully. Didn't hit that too hard at all. Well, Alzari Joseph's getting the same treatment off Duckett. He races on to 33 from 14 deliveries. That's a 50 up for England for the loss of 1 wicket. Zach Crawley, third ball of the innings, going for a duck. Just watched a replay of that previous shot that went for 4 for Duckett. He got it right off the middle. Timed it lovely. Didn't hit it too hard, but it just raced away to the boundary. Obviously, this son that's been on the outfield as well is quicker than what we had at Lord's. 50 partnership from just 23 deliveries. Zara Joseph into Duckett. Outside the off stump, tries to drive that back past the bowler, but gets a thick edge and it just dribbles back to Joseph. A dot ball. It sounds like we're talking about T20. Doing T20 watch-alongs is fantastic. I do like my test match cricket. Alzari Joseph again. This time he's just clubbed it to deep mid-wicket. Has Duckett. It wasn't a slog shot, it was a fully textbook shot and it raced away to the boundary. That'll be 54 for 1 now for England. And I don't think it's too strong to be saying that Duckett's taking the West Indian bowling attack to the woodshed. Coming around the wicket now, Joseph. 2 balls left of this is third over. 1 for 26. 3 slips and a gully in place. Backward point. Duckett on strike. Clips this one to the leg side. Fielder at forward square leg will keep that down to a single. Ollie Pope on strike. Pope's not hanging around. He's on 16 from 9 deliveries. Look at though, 38 from 17 deliveries. I'll put that into context in a minute. We'll just watch this final, I'm going from memory, but final ball of this Alzari Joseph over. Ollie Pope on strike. That's just pushed to the offside. Thought about a quick single, then decided no. End of the 5th over, England 55 for 1. Yeah, just to put Duckett's start into context, I think the fastest 50 in the T20 World Cup was, who was it? think it was an Indian batsman. Can't remember who. But there was a USA batsman. He got his 50 on from 22 deliveries, and somebody else got one of 22 deliveries. And then the Indian batsman, I can't remember who it was. Was it Rohit? Not sure. I think he did it in 17 deliveries. Well, Duckett's faced 17 deliveries, and he's on 38. So he's not exactly hanging around. It's going to be Holder coming into the attack, 6'8", right-handed bowler to the left-handed batsman, 2 slips in place, pitches this one up, plays across it, does Duckett, ball goes to point, and they'll run for a single off the first ball. Well, that's a victory to the England batsmen, particularly in Duckett, that they've taken Seals off and they brought Holder on with his extra height and with the height that's excuse me, and with the bounce that's coming off this wicket at Trent Bridge, which is much better than what we had at Lords. Holder might be able to get the batsman hopping around a little bit at the wicket, but we shall see. He runs in, Pope on strike. A bit more width outside the off stump, slower delivery, just 78 miles an hour. But Pope lets that one go. Nice easy catch for the wicket-keeper De Silva at that pace. But Pope not tempted. Pope might be thinking, I'll try and bat long and let Duckett do the damage at the other end. He's certainly having a go. Holder. Oh, he's lucky there, is Pope. Slower delivery again outside off stump. Pope pushed at that one. It bounced back past Holder. Don't know if it was a bump ball or we'll have a look now. No, it certainly was not. And it just goes past the outstretched hand of Holder on his follow through. He had him stretching forward at that one. Pope got his bat on it, luckily just put it to the side of Holder. He's in again, pitches this one up. Pope pushes this one to mid-off. Similar shot as he played beforehand, but the slower ball had him playing the shot a little bit early and rode his luck there, did Ollie Pope. Good ball by Holder. Holder into Pope. Just 80 mile an hour again. Pushes this one to mid-on. Focusing on line and length here, Holder. Current run rate 9.6 in a test match day 1. Umpires are just having a look at the ball. Whoop, sorry about that. Umpire gets his little ball measuring machine out. Goes to be no problem. 2 attempts. You can have that ball back, says the umpire. Nothing wrong with that. So Holder runs in, 2 slips in place. Watches that one on to his bat and just drops it to gully. End of the over. 6 overs completed. England 56 for 1. Crawley the only wicket to go. Off the 3rd ball of the innings. Went out for a duck. Joseph into the attack. Duckett on strike. Pushes that through to the offside. Fielder at point will stop it. He was looking to score off that, was Duckett, but didn't time it or... Get it off the middle. And that's a dot ball. Going to be Joseph in again. 3 slips in place. Not quite as wide, that one. Joseph still trying to tempt Duckett outside the off stump. That one was a little bit closer to him. Just pushes that to mid-off. Three slips in a gully. Backward point. They're not going to be straying on the leg side to duck it, are they? Or they won't be intending to. This one's pushed to backward point. Dot ball. Alzari Joseph starts his run up. Duckett waits, drops that one in front of him, but fielders in quickly at mid off, keeps that a dot. Just give a quick shout out as well to SGS Metals. You can find them on eBay. The reason I say that is I've just ordered some mesh, some mild steel mesh from them. I'm going to be replacing it on a barbecue. Joseph into Duckett. This one he drops, took a little bit of pace out of that into the covers, and he gets his single this time. He'd looked to do that on the previous delivery and got a little bit too much on it, but he did get his dot ball. He did get his single, sorry. The previous one was a dot. England move on to 57 for 1, and that was also a no ball. Not as important, is it, in Test match cricket, bowling a no ball? More frustrating than anything. T20 cricket can be a disaster. So it's Holly Pope on strike. 1 for 29, Joseph, so far. This one, bit of drift. I'd say drift as much as movement in the air from the ball. You know, sort of swinging. Drifts into the pads of Pope, and he just pushes that onto the leg side for a dot ball. Yeah, SGS Metals went to a lot of trouble to get me the size that I wanted. And 2 pieces of sheet that I'm going to weld into a barbecue that I've got. The old stuff has started to demolish itself. Joseph into Pope. 3 slips, a gully. Just pushes that into the covers. That's the 7th over completed, a dot ball. Yeah, I've got a barbecue. Absolutely love it. And you can also turn it into a fire once you've finished cooking. Remove the griddle or the grill part, and then bank it up and have a nice warm fire as well to sit around, which you need in the English summers, as you know. Well, the current mesh that's on there, it's had its day now. It's starting to get holes in it and what have you. So I'm going to take that out and replace it with some new mesh. And found SGS Metals on eBay. There are various sizes that are stock sizes, but if you've got any specific requirements, then they will guillotine to size for you. They do mild steel, galvanised, pulled her into duck it. Bit of bounce there, just pushes that to backward point. Yeah, but they'll guillotine it to size. And after getting all of the details of the size that we needed, the thickness, the actual material, the 2 sheets that I need, it's including delivery, £20. Great service. Hold it into duck it. Pushes that one, plays across it slightly, pushes it to mid-off, dot ball. Yeah, if I'd have expected that service if I was spending £200, £250. But I got the same service for just £20, so kudos to SGS Metals. I have no affiliation to them or anything, nothing like that. It's just I thought the way I was treated was fantastic, so big shout out to them. Pulled it into duck it, pulls it onto his leg, and that's just pushed to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball. I've certainly kept them as a supplier. I'll be using them in future, that's for sure. Pulled her into duck it, wide outside off stump. This one's crashed through the covers there. He timed it well, but didn't get it off the middle. So it still raced away to the boundary. That'll be 4. For duck it. Made that thick, clunky sound as the ball hit the bat, which tells you he's not got it off the middle, but timed it well enough, so he got away with it. The fielder at extra cover couldn't get near that. No, we put a ubiquitous dive in. He wasn't stopping it. And again, pitched a little bit further up, a little bit tighter line, and just dropped into the offside by Duckett. Who's on 44? The 28. Duckett drives this one back past the bowler. As Ollie Pope taking the avoiding action, he ends up on the floor, but that races away to the boundary. Duckett moves on to 48. England move on to 66 for 1. Test match cricket has moved on from the 70s and 80s. I remember as a young lad watching Chris Tavray. He batted all day for something like 3 runs. Obviously he didn't, but you get what I'm saying. He was quite bitter about that. I saw an interview. Oh, 1 second. I just watched this delivery from Joseph. Start of the 9th over. Start of his 5th. He's into Pope. Clips that one off middle stump. Fielder at square leg makes a good stop though. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, he batted all day, Chris Tavray, and he didn't score many runs. But he was a little bit bitter because when he was interviewed after, he said he was following instructions and just not to lose his wicket. Which he did. And I think he got dropped because they said he didn't score at a fast enough rate. Joseph into Pope. Wide outside off stump. Tries to run that down to third man again, but there's a fielder there. There's a fielder at gully. He's got 3 slips and a gully in, Ollie Pope. He's on 16 from 19 deliveries. Duckett's on 48 from 29. England 66 for 1. Crawley the wicket to go off the 3rd delivery. Out for a duck. Caught 3rd slip. From a good ball bowled by Alzari Joseph, who's running in now. Pope on strike. Lets that one go through to the keeper. Quick shout out as well. If you haven't done so already, please hit subscribe. If you ping that notification bell, you can keep up to date with what content we've got coming out. They're all live streams. Well, pretty much all live streams. We get the odd clip or the odd short. And if you give us a like, YouTube love it apparently, according to my lads. Joseph into Pope. Pushes this to backward point, diving stop, but that'll be, can't collect it cleanly, that'll be a single. England 67 for 1. Pope moves on to 17 and it'll be Duckett on strike. Who's raced to 48. Joseph into Duckett. Bit of bounce there. Tries to pull it. Doesn't get a feeble appeal for a caught behind. I don't think there was any bat involved there. It's one of them. I'm wondering how it got to the wicket keeper though. We're just watching it again. Pitched in a little bit shorter. He went to hook it, did Duckett. His bat was underneath it and it whistled past his shoulder and his head. No bat involved. This time he bowls onto his pad. That'll be a leg bite. End of the 9th over. England move on to 68 for 1. Duckett still on 48. Just 14 minutes till drinks. What we'll do for lunch and for tea, we'll leave the stream running. Chat will still be open should anyone want to use it. Feel free. Going to be Holder to start his 3rd over. Duckett on strike. Let's say this one comes to him and just tickles it down to 3rd man where there is no 3rd man. That races to the boundary. And that's Duckett onto his 50 from 32 deliveries. He's 52 he moves on to. That's the 8th Test 50 in 22 matches for Ben Duckett. Couldn't quite match Ian Botham's record of getting to 50 from 28 deliveries, was it? But he's not done bad. 32 deliveries, 11 fours, 52 not out. This one he drives through the covers again. Didn't quite middle that one though, but it's a race to the... He won't quite get there anyway. He'll come back for 3. Duckett moves on to 55. England 72 for 1. Holder into Pope. Pitches this one up on middle stump. Clips that one to mid-on. Scramble for a quick single there. Good running by the batsman. Pope moves on to 18. England 76 for 1. And it'll be Duckett on strike. Oh, we just got the list there up now. Fastest Test 50s. Botham 28 deliveries. Johnny Burstow did it in 30. Duckett's now done it in 32. And the other one was Ian Botham, 32. So Botham's on there twice in 1981 in Delhi. I remember that. And also 1986. Round the wicket now, Holder. Falls that into the pad. Well, into the hip of Duckett. He did get a bat on it, but it was like a leading edge and it just drops down in front of him. No dramas there. Practices the shot again of what he wanted to do. Pulled a knot for 17 from 2 deliveries and no 5, 2 overs and no 5 balls. Two slips, a gully, a backward point for Duckett. Holder around the wicket. This one's driven to mid-on though, but finds the fielder. End of the 10th over, England 76 for 1. Seals couldn't find his line or length and Duckett absolutely battered him all over, let's be honest. And after a couple of overs, the West Indies captain Brathwaite was forced to take him out of the attack, which is 1-0 to the batsman, I would say. It's going to be Shamar Joseph into Pope. That one just goes past his leg pad. No, past his pad on leg stump and through to De Silva. Couple of bounces before it got to the keeper as well. Three slips and a gully in place. Joseph pitches that one up. Just pushes that one to mid-on. Does Ollie Pope. Dot ball. Shamar a little bit wide. Shamar Joseph outside off stump. Just bends his knees, does Pope. Tickles that one down to third man where there is no third man. Just a lovely little cut shot, let's call it. Yeah, lovely. Between the slips and backward point. Nice big tempting gap there. Just want to be making sure you get enough bat on it though, and not that little edge that goes to the wicket keeper or the slips. Joseph into Pope. This one's clipped to mid on. He has to move to his right. Be a single there. That'll be Duckett on strike. Pope moves on to 23 from 27 deliveries. Duckett, he's on 55 from just 36. One ball left of this 11th over. I've got a feeling for Duckett, the man at backward point could be the danger fielder for him, so he needs to be careful of that edge. This one's bowled onto his legs, he just tickles that one down to fine leg. And be a single, added to the total, 82 for 1 England. 11 overs completed, Duckett's on 56, Pope's on 23, and it'll be Duckett to stay on strike at the start of the 12th over. And Holder around the wicket, Duckett on strike. Wide again outside the off stump. Goes through the cordon that they've put in place. Races to the boundary. So at the start of this over now, they've set a slightly changed field for Duckett. They've got one slip who's quite wide. And then sort of two gullies in place. They've now put a man on the cover boundary. Swing and a miss there outside off stump from Duckett. That's his danger shot. That's where he gets the edge and crashes his bat into his own pads with frustration. This occasion he gets away with it. But he needs to be careful with that. I mean, he's all right, he's moved on to 60 from 39 deliveries. But he should be looking for a big 100 here. This is probably going to be the final over before drinks. Yeah, we've got one slip in place, who's probably about second slip. And then two gullies. It's obvious from the start what the West Indian bowlers are doing. This one's wide outside off stump. Wide outside off stump, but it's not given as a wide. He just lets that one go through to De Silva, the keeper, and has a big smile on his face, duck it. As though to say, well, if you want me to hit that, you've set the trap, you're going to have to bowl it a little bit closer. Pulling backward point waiting for him. He's seen him, he knows they're there. What does he do? Hold her in. Drives it to mid-on. The fielder in at short cover as well. Fielder at short cover there. Makes the stop as Duckett pushes it through. Dot ball. Fielder at short cover again in play there. Just pushes it through to the fielder. End of the 12th over. That'll be drinks. We'll do the same. Chat's up and running. I'll nip for a quick toilet break. We'll be back in a second. drinks break there. Decided to have a sun's over the yard arm, isn't it? Time for a honey roasted peanut. Getting ready for my lunch at 1 o'clock. It's going to be Joseph Jr. into the attack. It's Ollie Pope on strike. 2 slips in place. 86 miles an hour outside off stump. Just lets that one go through to the keeper, does Pope. Doesn't look that quick, Shamar Joseph. But when you look at the pace the ball's going through at, deceptively quick. Pope on strike. Beats Pope having a waft outside the off stump there, but no edge through to the keeper. A bit of a nothing shot that by Ollie Pope. Wasn't really trying to score off it. Didn't need to defend it. Kind of went after it. And rides his luck not getting the outside edge. Joseph into Pope again, looks to cut that one down to third man, but there's a lot more bounce than he expected there. He has a wry smile on his face, does the bowler. As though to say to the batsman, trying to play that shot off me, son. It's not military medium. And Pope waits again. Hits him on the pad. Thought about a quick single, took the quick single, and ends up having to dive. Dive back into his crease there, did Pope. I don't know why they ever thought that was going to be a good idea. Ball came through, hit him on the thigh pad, then he's got to go and dive back. Big appeal for LBW from the bowler. That was never going to be LBW. There was never going to be a run. At the end of it, it's a dot ball. Joseph into Pope again. This one stands tall, just pushes it back to the bowler. Straight back, defensive shot. Calm down a little bit. Calm down, calm down. It's only the first morning. England 86 for 1. Joseph into Pope. Good line, just pushes that to mid-off. That's the end of the 13th over. Pope on 23. It'll be Duckett on strike now. He's on 60 from 43 deliveries. Looks like there's plenty beer being sold at Trent Bridge. And what a day for it. And be Sinclair coming into the attack, so it's a bowling change for the West Indies. A little bit of spin. Morty's not playing. He was feeling unwell before the start of the game, so it'll be Kevin Sinclair, the 24-year-old spinner, to take his place. Played just 2 matches so far. So he's going to have a short leg and a slip in place. It's going to be duck it on strike. A little bit of drift in the air there for the bowler. Just pushes that one to the leg side. There'll be a single. And it'll be Pope to face Sinclair for what I'm pretty sure will be the first time. Well, stretch my back. The first time he's ever seen the bowler. In Test match cricket, that is for sure. Bowls from stump to stump does Sinclair. Same for Pope, he's got a slip in place and a short square leg. Not getting much turn. That's just pushed into the covers for a dot ball. Race this one up. Pitched almost in the block hole. Pope pushes that to long on. That'll be a single. England move on to 88 for 1. Pope on 24. Duckett on strike, he's on 61. Left-handed batsman. Pushes that to mid-wicket. No run. This one was bowled onto Duckett's pads. Taken by the fielder at short square leg. Should have catch it, but no bat involved. And no real appeal. That's the end of the 14th over. England 88 for 1. Not normally a lover of these snack right peanuts from Aldi. They're always a little bit harder. KP are my favourites, or I don't mind Nobby's nuts. But these honey roasted peanuts, they're a little bit softer. Nice taste to them. Good for picking on. It's going to be Joseph into Pope. Full length delivery, just pushes this one back past the bowler, misses the stumps, and you'll get a couple there. Nothing more than a defensive push. And England will move on to 90 for 1. Pope moves on to 26 now. Yeah, well, just a defensive push. Straight past the wickets. 2 added to the total. Joseph runs in. This one's pulled just from outside off stump, but finds a fielder at square leg. That'll be a dot ball. That was Mackenzie. Tempter outside off stump for Pope. Tries to drive it through the covers, but straight to the fielder. Dot ball. Right, this is the last 3. Save them for this afternoon. Don't want to spoil my lunch. Joseph into Pope. Width outside the off stump. Tries to crash that one through the covers, does Pope. Misses the ball and luckily no outside edge. Straight through to De Silva, the keeper. Two slips away. Bit of movement in the air actually from Joseph into the batsman. He pushes it to mid-off. It's a dot ball. Gotta say, I'm looking forward to watching Gus Atkinson bowl on this wicket. Had a tremendous debut at Lords. 7 for 45 in his first innings. Got a 5 for to take the final wicket in the second. Joseph into Pope. Pitched up on middle stump. Clips it down to, fine leg. Just be a single. 15 overs completed. Pope's on 27. Going along nicely. Played a couple of false shots. You know, where the balls missed the outside edge when he didn't need, really, to be trying to drive at them. So it's going to be Sinclair bowling to Pope. Push through mid-wicket. That'll just be a single. Still a slip and a short square leg. Short square legs just backed off just a touch. And 92 for 1 England move on to. Pope on 28. He'll be Duckett on strike now. Left-handed batsman, he's on 61. Tries a reverse sweep there. That'll be a single. It'll go for leg byes. I say a reverse sweep. It wasn't so much a sweep as that reverse chip that they try. Yeah, you're just practicing it again. 93 for 1 England. Pope on strike, just pushes that one back to the bowler. Yeah, he must certainly be feeling confident. Duckett, I mean, he's on 62 from 47. Forward defensive there from Pope. Dot ball. A little bit wider outside off stump, so has a little push at that one, does Pope, and deep backward point. Fielder will keep that down to a single. Pope moves on to 29. It's Duckett on strike. Final ball of the over, pitched up, pushes that to mid-on. End of the 16th, England, 94 for 1. Going to be Joseph to continue. Pope on strike. 2 slips in place. Tries to pull this one from outside off stump. Kind of drops his bat a little bit lower than it, and it goes through to the keeper. Just watching a replay of Stuart Broad. Opening the Stuart Broad end. His dad at the side of him. Incredibly proud moment, no doubt. Really miss watching Stuart Broad bowl, actually. He was a character as well, wasn't he? Especially when he came into bat. Just a bit of an issue with the sight screen. Somebody's left a door open. That's what the problem was. The steward, with the sign, saying the Stuart Broad end right at the side of the door. So fitting. After we'd just been watching him ring the bell and open his plaque. Joseph into Pope. Tries to pull this one. Hit him somewhere. And went through to the keeper. Oh, it just went out. It went just... Oh, I don't know why he was trying to... We watched a replay. I don't know why Pope was trying to pull that one to leg side. It went over off stump. Bent Pope in half. I mean, that one could have been hit to mid-off, let alone trying to pull it over to the leg side. This one just he lets go through to the keeper, doesn't get involved. Jamal Joseph still got a smile on his face. Pope on strike, 2 slips in place. Strays onto his pads there. Does Joseph. Stifled appeal for LBW. Would have never have been hitting the wickets in a month of Mondays. Dot ball. Two slips and a gully. Joseph into Pope. Driven through the covers but finds the fielder. Dot ball. Looked good that shot. Held the pose just for a second at the end. Final ball of the over. Joseph into Pope. This time he does pull this one to the leg side for the single, but it was a bit shorter and a much better delivery to pull than the one that bent him up a bit. England will move on to 95 for 1. Pope's on to 30. Duckett is on 62. With Sinclair, into Pope. Clips that one through the leg side. That'll just be single added to the total. Still going with a slip and a short square leg. "25 minutes till lunch. Not sure what I'm going to have today. Okay, on strike. Pushes that one back to mid-off. The bowler makes a diving stop. Wouldn't mind sardines on toast. Duckett pushes that one to the leg side. Dot ball. Sardines and tomato sauce I fancy. Maybe with a little bit of salad or something. Duckett drives that one back to the bowler. Dot ball. Two balls left in this over. Duckett makes that one a full toss, reaches it, pulls it to the leg side. Fielder can't get their seals, and that will be the boundary that England need. 100 brought up for the loss of one wicket. Zach Crawley caught at third slip off the third delivery of the opening over. But since then, Duckett's taken the attack to the West Indian bowlers. Pope supported him well. That hundreds come from just 105 deliveries. Duckett pushes this one to long off. End of the 18th over. Duckett moves on to 67. It'll be Pope on strike. He's on 31. Today is a good day to be watching cricket. Outdoors. But if you can't do that, indoors on the TV or on this live stream, not bad at all. It's going to be Joseph to start his fifth over. Duckett on strike, two slips and a gully, backward point. Pitched up. And pushes that to mid-off for a dot ball. Kind of been a little bit all over the West Indies this morning in trying to... They came up with a plan to bowl wide to Duckett to try and get him driving and wafting outside the off stump, and he took up the challenge and he won that for sure. And then they've kind of been trying things. Joseph into Duckett again. Just drops this to the offside, dot ball. They've been trying 3 or 4 different field settings to him. But not really found one that they want to stick to. Duckett on strike. Just drops that ball to the offside, fielded by the bowler, Joseph. Dot ball. Jamar Joseph in, driven through the covers by Duckett. That's going to race away to the boundaries. It was pitched up, bit of width. The mood he's in, he's not going to miss that. Beats the fielder in the covers. And with the sun on the outfield, which is looking beautiful, that races away to the boundary. Joseph, and again, pitches this one a little bit shorter, a little bit straighter. Just drops that to the leg side. And Joseph will field the ball off his own delivery. It's a dot ball. Final ball of his fifth over coming up. He's gone for 14 runs for no wickets so far. Duckett's on 71 from 58 deliveries. Joseph runs in. Outside edge. Caught by Holder in the slit. Gone. And eventually, they get Duckett. They get their man, but it's cost them 71 runs, which is what Duckett goes for. But let's be honest, this is what they've set him up for, and it's Holder's delivery. That Holder's catch, sorry, at second slate. And Shamar Joseph gets his man. But like I say, it's cost them 71, and he'll take that every test match, will Duckett. So if that's their plan, they're going to have to rely on Duckett making the mistake earlier in his innings. But going for 71, he's certainly made him pay a price for his wicket. Half an hour before lunch. Quick shout out. Chat's open. Let us know what you're thinking. Come and say hello. It's always a friendly chat. I think so far England have definitely had the better of this morning session. They did lose Zach Crawley for naught from the third ball, caught at third slip, bowled by Alzari Joseph. But then Duckett took the West Indian batsman to town, showed him who's the daddy. But he finally succumbs to the plan that they set out for him from the first ball he faced. England will take 105 for 2 at lunch though. It looks a good wicket for the batsman. At least the ball's coming onto it and there is some bounce there. Something there for the bowlers too, but if you can get bat on ball and beat the fielder, it's going to the boundary. Going to be Joe Root in to bat, but not just yet, because that was the final ball of the over, so it's the spinner Sinclair on. Ollie Pope on strike. Not a lot of spin so far for Sinclair. Slip and a short leg. Just pushes that to mid-wicket. Dot ball. If Joe Root can get himself in on this wicket, he might try and survive just until lunch, but this afternoon he could cause chaos with these West Indian bowlers. This one just takes a step back with the Pope, pushes it to deep backward point. Easy single, and it'll be Joe Root on to strike. Just taking guard. Root on strike, first ball. Pitched up, kept a little bit low like an arm ball. And Root just chops his bat down onto that, pushes it back to the bowler. England 106 for 2. Sinclair in again to Root. No turn. just pushes it to backward point where there is no fielder. Deep backward point's got to come in. That'll be an easy single. It'll be Ollie Pope back on strike. He's on 32 from 56 deliveries. England 107 for 2. Slip and short leg in place still. Sinclair's coming around the wicket. So the right-handed batsman Pope clips that through to mid-wicket. Fielder dived over it. I think Pope thought he'd stopped it. Joe Root calls him through for a single that surprised Ollie Pope. He's just running off. I think he's going to change his gloves. Yeah, looking forward to my lunch today. It's going to be a good afternoon of cricket, that's for sure. Especially with this sun and it's beating down on this wicket and the outfield. Could be a batsman's paradise if they can get in. Could being the operative word. Ability to score quickly has been proved by Duckett this morning. Ollie Pope's not been hanging around either. Joseph into Pope. Tries to play that shot where he cuts it to third man, but it's stopped by the fielder. That'll be a dot ball. Athenaeus at gully with the stop. A diving stop. Joseph into Pope again. Clips this one through mid-wicket. Fielder's there though. Dot ball. This one's pushed through the covers. Can't find the gap though. That'll be a dot ball. Just going to stretch my back. Oh, that's better. Pope pulls this one outside off stump. Didn't middle it, but timed it well enough. And that'll race away to the square leg boundary. Wide-ish outside off stump, but it was the length that allowed him to pull that. Just a little bit shorter. Lovely shot. This time he strays down the leg side. He goes big. He goes big, does Ollie Pope. In fact, he's pinned that over deep backward square leg for 6. Picked it up really early. He'd caught that one off the middle. One of those where it's not a pull. It's not a hook. Didn't go particularly high. It's one of them down to up shots, if that makes sense, where the bat's moving in an upward direction, but not sort of a hook shot because it's too low. Raced away to the boundary. This one he just pushes to the offside. End of the 21st over. England 118 for 2. Pope moves on to 43. And it'll be Joe Root on strike. He's faced 2 balls so far. He scored 1. And I'm assuming it's going to be Sinclair to continue. So Joseph with both wickets. One from Alzari Joseph. And one from Shamar Joseph. Root takes guard. Sinclair's been bowling with 1 slip and a short leg. I'm assuming he'll carry that on. No, he doesn't actually. He's out of the attack now. It's going to be Seals back into the attack after Duckett saw him off early on. His first 2 overs went for 28. So now he's back into the attack. He'll be bowling to Joe Root. Let's see if he can adjust his radar. 2 slips and a gully in play. First ball, Root lets that go through to De Silva, the keeper. Just having a look at the bowler there. Seals will no doubt have took a big breath there. He wouldn't want the new batsman in, crashing that one to the boundary for 4 after the start he's had. Seals turns, starts his run up again. Root with his bat raised. Pulls it out of the way though again. Lets that one go through to the keeper De Silva. Just 81 miles an hour there from Seals, concentrating on his line and length. And England's run rate for this morning session so far is 5.53. How Test match cricket has moved on. Definitely with the invention of T20 cricket. Bazball and all that. Oh, what a delivery from Seals. Misses the outside edge, misses the wickets. Joe Root had to play at that, so looked to push it through the offside, but no bat involved and through to the keeper. Beating all ends up really there, Joe Root. Just too good. Moved a little bit in the air and then just a little bit off the wicket. Root survives. Seals runs in. Forward defensive there. Head over the ball. Drops it to the covers. Dot ball. Better over this from Seals. Better line, better length. His first 2 overs where he was straying short, straying wide. All part of the plan to duck it. Didn't suit the bowler, that's for sure. And he got tucked to the woodshed, as they say. He runs in, Root on strike. Bit of width outside off stump. Root pulls his bat away, lets that one go through to the keeper again, De Silva. Final ball of this over. Seals runs in, Root on strike, straight to delivery. Pushes that one back to the bowler. End of the over, 22 overs gone. England 118 for 2. Pope's on 43. He'll be on strike at the start of this. The 23rd over. Joseph into Pope, clicks that down to fine leg and be a single. Be Root on strike now. Just pushes that one to the leg side. Defensive shot. $119 for 2 England. Outside edge, a leading edge there as he tried to play that one through the leg side, did Root, but it ends up going through to covers. I think it bounced a bit more than he expected. Dot ball though. Next one, forward defensive shot there from Joe Root. 86 mile an hour from the bowler. Joseph, he's in, bowls it onto Root's pads, gets some bat on that, just pushes it to the leg side. Dot ball. One ball left in this 23rd over. Joseph strays onto his legs this time and Root gets bat on that. Just be a couple to end the over. England move on to 121 for 2. Root's on 3 and it'll be Pope on strike. He's on 44. Just 11 minutes, just under, until lunch. It's going to be Seals to continue now. And it'll be Ollie Pope on strike. He's on 44. 2 slips in place. Strays down the leg side though there. Good take by De Silva, the keeper. That'll be a dot ball. Don't forget to come and say hello in the chat. It's always a friendly live chat we have here at Catch It Live First. Let us know what your thoughts are. Forward defensive there from Pope. Run rate's at 5.19 currently for England. Brian Lara in the crowd there, just sending a text message. Better just text. No, he's not sending it to me. Ollie Pope on strike. Just pushes this one to the leg side. Run for a quick single. Pope moves on to 45. England 122 for 2. Good line, good length there from Seals. Root just gets his back behind that, pushes it back to the bowler. Seals into Root. Root takes a walk down the wicket just before delivery, as he likes to do. Pushes that to mid-on. Just likes, keeps trying to put the bowler off with that Root every now and again. He does it to Holder as well. I think rather than just sitting in his crease, letting the bowler work out what he's going to do, he kind of takes the attack to the bowler, makes him adjust his line, makes him adjust his length. This time he bowls on to the pads of Joe Root and he clips that one through mid-wicket. That will race away to the boundary to finish the 24th over. Just under 7 minutes until lunch. Going to be Ollie Pope on strike. He's on 45. It's going to be Alzari Joseph into the attack. 1 for 33 from his previous 6 overs. Pope just pushes this one to the leg side. That'll be a dot ball. Seems to get a little bit more bounce out of this wicket, does Alzari Joseph. Tall man. It definitely helps. Fielder goes out to deep square leg. Is Joseph going to try and bowl some shorter stuff at Ollie Pope just before lunch? We'll find out. He runs in, Pope waits, bats in the air. Bit of width outside off stump, tries to cut that one, does Pope, but finds a fielder at backward point, dot ball. Bit straighter this time, just pushes that into the leg side and scampers for a quick single Ollie Pope. He moves on to 46. England 127 for 2. Some new graphics coming up as well for the cricket soon. Hopefully you'll like those. Bit shorter this one from Joseph. Spins on his crease, does root and pulls that away to the boundary for 4. Frankie James has just turned up with snacks. Oh, some nobbies nuts. We're liking that. We're liking that. England 131 for 2. Root moves on to 11. Joseph runs in, tries to york him, clips it to the leg side. That'll be a couple added to the score. 133 for 2. And just like that, Root moves on to 13. Pope at the non-striker's end, he's on 46. Probably be just a one more over before lunch. Final ball of this 25th over. Joseph runs in. Root back behind the ball, pushes it into the offside. Dot ball. That's the end of the 25th. Root's on 13. Yeah, hopefully over the lunch break we'll be able to add the new graphics that we've got to the stream, thanks to aliscore.com. It's going to be Seals into ball, Pope on strike. This will definitely be the final over before lunch. Ollie Pope on 46. I'm sure his cucumber sandwiches will taste much nicer if he can go in with a half century to his name. He's gone along at a fair clip. He's 46 from just 71 balls faced. Beautiful blue skies at Trent Bridge. Seals runs in. Bowls it full, bowls it straight. Pushes that to mid-on, does Ollie Pope. That'll be a dot ball. Two slips in place. Pope. Thick inside edge, looking to drive that one. Rolls to mid-on. Just be a dot ball. Clock strikes 1. Still got 3 deliveries to be bowled in this 26th over. Pope waits, seals in, good line, good length. Just a defensive shot there from Ollie Pope. Not looking to score. Obviously not concerned about eating lunch on 46. 2 balls left. Feel free to join us in the chat, by the way. Come and say hello. Let us know what you're thinking about the cricket. Anything in life. You're welcome to put it in the chat. Oh my word, what are you doing? So Pope, that's delivered just outside off stump. He's tried to cut it down to third man, as he likes to do. But it's flown, absolutely flown to the fielder there, who's put it down, and he survives. Flown to the fielder. Was it backward point or gully? I couldn't quite see. It was gully. And it's gone quickly to him. He should have took that, though. Should have took that. It kind of tightened. It tightened up on Pope, and it was too close to him to play that shot, but he's got away with it. And the final ball of the morning session to Ollie Pope. He just pushes in front of him for a dot ball. Got away with one there, did the English batsman. He's on 47. And that'll be lunch on day 1 at the second test, Trent Bridge. I'm going to go and get my lunch now. We'll be back about 1:40. I'll leave the chat open. So feel free to come and say hello. Like I said, we might have some new graphics for this afternoon. But England 1:34 for 2 at lunch. Go get your food. We'll be back. Hope you all enjoyed lunch. I ended up having bacon. The bacon bap. We've got some new graphics. Courtesy of AIscore.com, which we've got down here. That's usually ball by ball information. And it's going to be Shamar Joseph into Pope. That's just pushed. It's a backward point. That'll be a dot ball. We're underway. Not a good look, is it? Trying to pick bacon out your teeth? But what are you going to do? Joseph into Pope, bit straighter, pitched up. Just pushes that back to mid-on. That's a dot ball. Joseph into Pope again. Pitched up. Good line, good length. Pope not looking to score. Just pushes that to mid-off. Two slips in place. This one's clipped from off stump through mid-wicket. Diving stop. But we'll still get a scrambled single though, will England. Pope moves on to 48. England 135 for 2. Sun's shining. We've got an excellent connection. We've got our new graphics courtesy of AIscore.com, which they've given us permission to use, so big thank you to them. And it's Joseph into root. Lets that one go through to the keeper, De Silva. And if you've never used AIscore.com, head over there on your mobile. Got all the details. They've got video highlights. We can't show them for obvious reasons, but they've given us permission to use the animations. Final ball of the over. Forward defensive from Joe Root. He stays on 13. England stay on 135 for 2. That's the end of the 27th over. And a good crowd at Trent Bridge. That is for sure. It does look like a full house. Everybody's still trying to return to the seats after lunch. Guess what they've got in their hands, most of them? A pint of beer. That would go down well right now. It's going to be Seals to continue. Pope on strike, 2 slips in place. Balls onto his pads. Scramble for a quick single, and a little bit of a limp there for Ollie Pope. Shouldn't laugh. I think it caught him just between the gap between thigh pad and pads. And yeah, I think that one was a bit of a stinger. But England move on 136 for 2. And it'll be Joe Root on strike. Root tries to tickle this one down to the third man. Finds a fielder at gully. Dot ball. Yeah, if you fancy a little flutter on the match. Seals into Root. Gets in behind this one, pushes it through the offside, dot ball. Fancy a flutter on the match. Get over to AIScore.com. Got all the odds up there. You can bet on absolutely anything now. Literally ball by ball, I think. Joe Root on strike. Stands tall. Seals runs in. Walks down the wicket as he does. Just pushes that to mid-off. Two slips, a gully. 2 balls left in the over. Seals into Root. Bowled a little bit short. He gets in behind this one and pushes it through the offside. Just be a single there. Root will move on to 14. And it'll be Pope on strike for 1 ball remaining of this Seals over. Pope's on 49. Almost caught out. The ball before lunch, trying to cut one that was a little bit too tight to him. And the fielder at gully gave him a reprieve as he put it down. Seals runs in, drives this one through the leg side. That'll be the 50 up for Ollie Pope. End of the 28th over. Raises his bat in acknowledgement of the crowd's applause and his fellow teammates on the balcony. 13th Test 50 in 45 matches for Ollie Pope. 500s to his name. He'll be hoping to make that 6. Came in 81 balls. England move on to 138 for 2. It's Shamar Joseph to continue. Pope on strike. He gets right in behind that one. Drops it to the offside. Dot ball. I think it's time to continue with a honey roast. Honey roast peanut. Tries to crash this one through the covers, does Pope. Can't get any bat involved. Poor shot. Goes straight through to De Silva, the wicket keeper. And Shamar Joseph curses his luck. Poor shot that from Ollie Pope. Joseph into port, gets right in behind this one, pushes it straight back to the bowler. He'll be disappointed with himself with a shot he played just before the last one. It was just a waft outside off stump. Still 2 slips in place. This one gets pulled over leg side. Didn't middle it, but timed it well enough, and that's going to beat the fielder, Brathwaite, to the boundary. England move on to 140 for 2. Ollie Pope, 54. His runs, not his age. Oh, the humour. Joseph in again. This time, Pope just pushes that 2 point. That'll be a dot ball. Just having a look at the ball, the umpire. This time he can't get it to go through his little ball machine, so they might be getting a change of ball here. Yep. That ball will not go through the roundness detector. And it's going to be replaced. Slow breaking play while the while the umpires change the ball. Joseph Senior and Joseph Junior are inspecting it. Brathwaite says, "Well, that's what you've got." We're hoping for some better luck with this ball. Will the West Indian bowlers? It's going to be Joseph in. Pope waits. Drives this one back at the bowler. Hits him. Be a dot ball though. Fielder at long gone. Comes around. End of the 29th over. England 142 for 2. Pope on 54. Joe Root on 14, and it'll be Joe Root on strike. It's going to be Seals into Root. 2 slips. Lets that one go through to the keeper. Seals beats Root all end up. He bowled it a full-length delivery in at Root's off stump, and then it moved away. Had Root trying to drive it at first. Then he realised I need to just get something on it. Got nothing on it, and it moved off the wicket as well. Beat the outside edge and through to De Silva. Root's lucky to survive that. Fantastic delivery. My word. Just misses the outside edge of the outside of off stump. And that is an almost unplayable delivery. And this time Root has gone outside off stump. He's tried to pull it over to the leg side. It's just gone right up in the air. And that one, on the ball before unsettled him, I think, but that delivery, just watching it again. It was a bit shorter, a bit wider outside off stump. And just went, as he tried to pull it, it just went up in the air. And Alzari at mid-off, waiting, comes down, bounces out of his hands, hits him in the chest, and then he gets it at the second, third attempt. Poor cricket all round there, really. Poor cricket from Joe Root. And let's be honest, it was such an easy catch for Alzari that he nearly made a pig's ear of it. New England batsman at the crease. Just tickles that to the leg side. That'll be a single. Should tell you who that new batsman is, shouldn't I? Harry Brook, by the way. Pope on strike now. Tries to cut that one through backward point, but finds the fielder. England 143 for 3. Pope on strike. Seals bent his back there. Beats the outside edge for the final ball of that 30th over. And Pope rides his luck there. Fantastic delivery. So it's going to be Harry Brook on strike at the start of this 31st over. I think we're definitely going to be going beyond 6 o'clock tonight. 90 overs scheduled to be bowled in the day. And with Shamar Joseph bowling into Harry Brook, new batsman, 2 slips in place, clips that one off his pads to the leg side, straight to the fielder at deep backward square leg, and that'll just be a single. Report back on strike. Oh, pushes that into the offside, dot ball. Not looking to score there. Shamar Joseph into Pope. Outside edge. Hits the fielder holder. Puts it down. And they'll go through for a lucky single there. It went smart, but, pretty quickly. But let's be honest, that's a dolly. We're disappointed with the fielder, as will the bowler. As will the West Indian fans. Bit of width there, pushing at it. Pushing at it there was Pope. Got a big outside edge. Went quickly to him. He didn't know whether to put his hands in the upright position or that position. He didn't either. Down it went. Pope just pushes that one back to the bowler. That's twice now Ollie Pope's been caught. Just before lunch. And now just after lunch. And he must be wondering if it's his day. Does he have a big 100 coming? This one's cut through point. And just be a single added to the... We actually got a couple there. A little bit tardy feeling, really, by the West Indies. 148 for 3 England move on to. And Pope moves on to 58. Final ball of this Joseph over. 2 slips, gully. Wide again. That just goes past backward point. Races away. Beautiful cut shot for 4. Pope moves on to 62. It was really wide. He did well to get his bat on it, did Ollie Pope. He got the bottom of the bat on it and the middle. Races past backward point. And a frustrating end to the over for Shamar Joseph. Going to be Seals to continue. 7 overs, 1 wicket for 38 runs. Harry Brook on strike. 2 slips. Wide outside off stump. Plays at it. It'll It'll race away for forward, but he had to reach for that, and he was played in the air. He still continued on with the stroke. I think he was just gambling that the ball was going to go over the point fielder's head. Moved away from him. That's more luck than judgment, that, from the batsman. 4 will be added to his score and England's score. But not a convincing shot at all. England 156 for 3. This time he's cut one through the gap between gully and point. And that'll race to the boundary for 4. That was a more controlled shot. And Brook moves on to 10 from 4 deliveries. England 160. Three. Brook on strike, Seals runs in. Just pushes that to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball. Harry Brook with the best of 186. 850s, 400s. Seals runs in. Just defensive shot here, pushes this back past the bowler, dot ball. Port waits. Seals tries bouncing him there. Too high though. Just didn't even have to duck that much. In fact, it's been given as a wide. That ball that bounced a good 3-4 foot over Brook's head at Lord's, that would have been around his midriff. Seals in again, bowls him another bouncer. This time he just drops his gloves, drops his bat, and lets the ball go through as he sways out of the way. Seals in again, final ball of his over. Brook just watches that onto his bat, plays it to backward point. End of the 32nd over. England 160. 1 for 3. Markets will be opening in the US in 18 minutes. It's going to be Ozari Joseph. To continue, first ball just goes through to De Silva. Pope spins on his wicket and pulls this to the leg side. He'll keep it down to just a single. He'll move on to 63. It'll be Harry Brook on strike. England 162 for 3. Joseph into Brook, pushes this through to backward point. Misfield will get a couple out of this. But disappointed will the fielder be there. Brook moves on to 12. Ozari Joseph there. The box is running halfway through it. Not sure what happened. Maybe lost his stride or something. Starts again. Wide outside off stump. Harry Brook crashes that through the covers. Raced to the boundary. Just threw himself into the shot, but fully controlled. Just watching a replay of that shot, beautiful. It was there to be hit. And Harry Brook didn't pass up that opportunity. He moves on to 16 from 10 deliveries. England 168 for 3. Clips this one off his legs. That'll race to the boundary on the leg side at a rate of knots as well. Just a little flick of the wrist, but timed it so well. And just like that, he moves on to 20 from 11 deliveries. England not hanging around. Final ball of the over. England 172 for 3. Harry Brook, he waits. Joseph, he'll be hoping for a dot ball to end the over. That is for sure. Anything that doesn't go to boundary, I think he'll see as a victory. But he doesn't get his wish because this one, it's just cut. Just cut between gullet and backward point. Races away to the boundary. England 176 for 3. Pope on 63 and Harry Brook is on 24 from 12 deliveries. The Seals to continue. 8 overs, 1 for 47 his figures so far. With Pope on strike, 2 slips in play. In behind this one, just pushes it back to the bowler, dot ball. Got absolutely battered, did Seals, in his first 2 overs by Duckett, to the point where I think he was waiting for 28 runs or something like that from his first 2 overs. But he's certainly come back and bowled well, showed his true character. This one's driven through the covers, but well fielded by, I'm not sure if that's Mackenzie, I couldn't quite see, but it was Mackenzie. Keeps it down to a dot ball, because if that goes through the inner cordon, it's going to the boundary at a rate of knots. He certainly caught it well. Seals into Pope, looking to score off this, pushes it quite firmly to mid-off. That's just a dot ball. Thick inside edge, would have probably seen him getting a single there. Young lady fanning herself in the crowd. Some people getting sunburnt today unless they've got the factor 50 on, that's for sure. Seals into Pope. Drives it outside the off stump, gets the inside edge, goes past the keeper and races away. So you know where. Was looking to drive that through the covers. Had to reach for it. As he was stretching, he got an inside bottom edge. Pulls it back past De Silva, who was going the other way. Races to the boundary for 4. England move on to 180 for 3. Pope this time stands tall and crashes this one through the offside. No fielders involved there, just the boundary ropes to stop that ball. Got onto his tiptoes. Did Ollie Pope there and crashed it away. England moving on to 184 for 3. Final ball of the 34th over. Lets that one go through to De Silva, the keeper. And Pope will stay on 71. Two sides of Ollie Pope in that over. It's a sublime crash through the offside to the boundary. And then an inside edge reaching for one that missed the stumps. Still went to the boundary. The absurdity of cricket. The same reward for a poor shot and a sublime shot. So it'll be Seals to continue. It's Harry Brook. He'll be on strike. He's on 24 from 12 deliveries. It'll be Alzari Joseph to continue. 8 overs, 1 for 55 his figures so far. 2 slips in place. Bit wider outside off stump. Harry Brook tries to reach it, but Doesn't really play too much of an attacking shot, just one of them where he'd try and get something on the bat down to third man. But alas wasn't to be, and straight through to De Silva for a dot ball. Long way of saying a dot ball, but it was a kind of shot he played. In a way, it's a bit of a shot to nothing unless he's unlucky and gets the edge. Brook watches that ball go through to the keeper, pulls his bat out of the way. Dot ball. Just for clarity, but in case you miss it, if you look down here, we've got AI score keeping us up to date, ball by ball. Alzari Joseph runs in, Brook waits, pulls it a little bit shorter, outside off stump though. Brook just sways away, lets that one go through to the keeper. Joseph runs in, bit wider of the crease this time, wide outside off stump. Brook not interested, just watches that one go past into the keeper's hands. Five minutes to the markets opening in the USA. Joseph in again, this time tries to cut through, tries to cut that one through to third man again as he does, but I don't know if that's carried or if it bounced in front of the fielder at gully, and I think it did. I think he has dropped him. We'll have another look at a replay. It went like an absolute missile. Oh, but he should have caught that. This one tries to drive it through point. Straight to the fielder though. End of the 35th over. And absolutely cream that did. Broke, but it went straight to Athenaeus. And it's a good job he got his hands to it, actually, because that would have smacked him right in the... Well, I think it did hit him in the face eventually after it went through his hands. A good stop, but he'll be disappointed that he's not taking that. But after all that, Brooks on 24 from 18 deliveries. Pope on 71 from 102 deliveries. And it's Shamar Joseph into Pope. Clip to the leg side, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, dot ball. England 184 for 3. This one's clipped through the leg side again by Pope, but finds the same fielder at mid-wicket. No run to be had. He stays on 71. Sun's beating down at Trent Bridge. looks stunning. Perfect day for cricket. Come and say hello to us in the chat. Let us know what your thoughts are. For me, definitely, England had the better of this. First day's play. Joseph into Pope, looks to cut that through point, but finds the fielder. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, after losing Crawley for the third wicket of the innings, caught at third slip. He was bowled by Alzari Joseph. You'd have thought the West Indies would be on top, but Duckett took the West Indies batsman to town before he succumbed. Bends his knees, cuts it through point, but finds a fielder again, Ollie Pope. I hope he don't get too frustrated. Still 2 slips in play. Driven to mid-off, but finds the fielder. Another dot ball. The markets will be opening in the US now. A race away for 4. Joseph bowls into the pads. I don't clip of the pads, but goes really fine. That'll be 4 added to England's total. We won 84 for 3. It's going to be Alzari Joseph to continue. He's into Harry Brook, wide outside the off stump. Brook tries to flat bat it T20 style over the slips, but can't get anything on it. Through to the keeper for a dot ball. Harry Brook on strike, he raises his bat. This time he goes over. He goes over the gully and he's uppercut that shot. It's gone all the way to the boundary. It is a T20 shot that he's brought into the test match game. Just watching it again, it is an uppercut. He just opens the face on the bat and you just know that as soon as you get it over the infield, you know where that's going. But it went all the way, he timed it so well for 6. England won 94 for 3. Brooks on 30. This one bounced a little bit more than he thought. Goes through to the keeper as he was trying to cut that one. But it's a dot ball. He's not hanging around, Brook, is he? Joseph runs in again. This time he just pushes it back towards the bowler, gets a hand on it, deflects it to mid-off. Got to be a dot ball. Thankfully for Alzari Joseph and the West Indian players and fans. But yeah, anything wide. Harry Brook's not looking to hang around. It literally was a deliberate uppercut. It's gone so far. I mean, it's gone 2-3 metres over the boundary ropes. That this time shorter outside off stump, just sways back Harry Brook and lets that one go. A little bit too close for him to do anything with. And obviously, it's been pointed out that he does have a weakness with the short ball when you look at his figures. This time he bounces him again, goes down the leg side though this time. And Brook just ducks underneath that. End of the 37th over. England 194 for 3. Brook on 30. Pope, who will now take strike, he's on 75. Pretty sure England are going to be looking to put 400 on the board or more. The wicket's looking good. There's enough pace for it coming onto the bat. It's not doing anything ridiculous. Not seeing anything keep too low like we saw at Lord's. The sun's out. What's not to like? Wide outside off stump there from Shamar Joseph. Gets it off the bottom of the bat, does Pope, and finds the fielder. Just watching Holder swinging his arms. He's obviously going to be coming into the attack, trying to slow things down. When things are going wrong for the West Indies, they usually turn to Holder. He stabilises the ball in. Shamar Joseph comes in. Good line, good length. Good shot pushed through to the fielder at covers, but dot ball. Two slips, gully, backward point. Pope on strike. Joseph runs in. Lets that one go to the keeper, De Silva. Joseph into Pope. Good line, good length. Just drops that one to the offside. Dot ball. England stay on 194 for 3. Let's give a quick shout out as well to our stream supporter, jalexpetproducts.co.uk. Use the promo code Jimmy James and get 5% discount off all online orders. Joseph into Pope, bit of a way swing there, just lets that one go. Taken by the wicket keeper at first slip. So there is a little bit of movement there. Joseph into Pope. In behind that one, pushes it back to the bowler. End of the 38th over, 194 for 3. Pope's asking for a drink. He's going to be Holder back into the attack. Quick stretch before Joseph starts his over. Perfect timing. Holder into Brook. Bit of width outside the off stump. Just lets that one go through to the keeper. Just a few white clouds in the air over Trent Bridge. No sign of rain or bad weather at all. Slow ball outside off stump. Pounced on by Harry Brook. Doesn't time it perfectly though. However, a fumble by the fielder, Mackenzie. Means they'll get 2, will England, added to the total, 196 for 3. And it's Brook on strike again. This one just lets that go through to De Silva. Brook waits. Crashes that to the fielder at covers. Dot ball. Just a little bit of a lull at the minute in play. Still 2 slips and a gully. Holder runs in again, slower ball outside off stump. And a misfield in the covers again, and that'll be 2 added to the total. It was Louis in the cover. He put his hands forward of his body, trying to take any deviation in roll towards him of the ball. But even so, couldn't stop the misfield. Holder will be getting frustrated, that's for sure. Brook on strike, he's on 34. This one's driven through covers again. Good stop this time though by the fielder Louis. End of the 39th over. Valley drinks. England on 198 for 3. And while England have drinks, I'm going to have a quick pee break. Be back in a second. It was alright. We beat the players back. Sinclair into the attack. Pope just pushes that to mid-wicket. Dot ball. Just had a lovely email from the taxman. Don't forget your bill's due the end of the month. Sinclair into Pope. Pushes that to the offside. Dot ball. Still got a slip in place and a leg slip. And a short square leg. No leg slip though. That's the picture that. Just pushes it to the leg side. Dot ball. Yeah, very kind of the taxman to send me an email just informing me that tax bills are due at the end of the month. Well fielded at mid-wicket. Keeps that to a dot ball. Hodge with the stop. This time Pope Hops giving a jump down the wicket, but just pushes it to long on. Hold of the fielder, keeps it to a single, and it'll be Harry Brook to face the final ball of this 40th over from Sinclair. No change in the field, still a slip, short square leg. Just pushes that one through point, and that'll be a single to end the over, keeping Brook on strike. It'll be Brook, he moves on to 35, England 200 up for 3 wickets. There we go. Scoreboard's updated itself perfectly. Ben Stokes sat there reading, no doubt, something like the Beano or the Viz. Padded up. So it's going to be holder to continue, 2 slips, gully. First slip's probably about where second slip would be. Puts this one into the ground. Fielder at deep backward point will get around quickly. Keep it to just a single. Brook moves on to 36. England 201 for 3. It's going to be Pope on strike now. Both right-handed batsmen, so no change needed in the field. Not even halfway through the number of overs that need to be bowled in a day yet, and we're almost up at 3 o'clock. Only 50 minutes till tea. Holder into Pope. Good line, good length. Forward defensive shot. Dribbles to mid-off. That'll be a dot ball. Holder pitches this one up just outside off stump. Pope tries to drive that one, but gets a thick inside edge and it goes to mid-off, sorry. No run there. He stays on 76. There again, Popping right behind it, just pushes it to the offside. Not looking to score there. Stays on 76, England 201 for 3. Partnerships 59 from 67 deliveries. Pitched up again, driven towards the covers, but finds the fielder. Drop ball. Final ball of the over. Just lets that one go through to the keeper, does Ollie Pope. Stays on 76. It'll be Brook on strike now. I'm assuming it's going to be Sinclair to continue. It is Sinclair. Brook on strike. Drops that one down in front of him. Got ball. Still short square leg. And one slip. Now, what's he done there? You absolute muppet. So Sinclair... well, Sinclair's bowled into Brook. He's tried that reverse kind of sweep chip over the keeper. He's got it off the bottom of the bat. It's gone up into the air. And it's been caught easily. Sorry, it's not the reverse sweep. It's the one where he tries to flip it over the leg side. And Sinclair does a cartwheel and then a backward flip. No doubt someone will be trying to stop him doing that. Brook goes caught Mackenzie. Pulled Sinclair for 36. Yeah, he put a big leg down the wicket and then tried to shovel it, scoop it over the wicket keeper's head. But got the toe of the bat on it and it just plopped up in the air for the simplest of catches. But disappointed will the batsman be? To be honest, so he should. Not a good shot. And England, 201 for 4. So it's going to be the captain, Ben Stokes, coming out to bat. Just takes his guard up. And that'll be Sinclair to bowl. Still 4 balls left of this over. The 42nd. Still a slip, short leg. Gets a little bit of turn there at the foot marks, does Sinclair. Drops his bat on that one, does Ben Stokes. That'll be a dot ball. This one's pitched up onto his pads, just clipped to the leg side. That'll be an easy single. Polyport looks to cut this one, goes under the bottom edge though, taken by the keeper. No bat involved there. This one's pitched up, clipped through mid-wicket. That would just be a single to Ollie Pope. He'll move on to 77. End of the 42nd over. England 203 for 4. So Pope will remain on strike. Just watching the cartwheel and then the back somersault from Sinclair once he took the wicket of Harry Brook. And Beholder to continue. Pope on strike. Lets that one go through to the keeper, De Silva. Just the one slip in play now. That's clipped off his pads by Pope, and that races away. Races away to the boundary for 4. Pope moves on to 81, England 207 for 4. Bit of movement in the air from Holder there, pitched up, but Pope just pushes it through to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball. Holder into Pope. Pope clips this one through mid-wicket, finds the fielder there though. That'll be a dot ball. Has to drive this one through the covers, does Pope, but finds the fielder, Louis. All along the ground though, no chance of a catch. Just be a dot ball. One ball left of this, the 43rd over. Holder to bowl it. Figures of 0 for 30 so far. Don't forget to join us in the chat. Let us know what your thoughts are. Holder into Pope. Wide outside the off stump. Crashes it through backward point. But doesn't time it at all. That'll just be a single. End of the 43rd over. England 208 for 4. Let's get this scoreboard to update. It will do. It's getting there eventually. Anybody who fancies a little flutter, find your way over to aiscore.com. All the odds will be there. Thanks to them for allowing us to use their animated graphics. It's going to be Sinclair to continue. It's going to be Pope on strike. Pope sitting on 82. Cuts this one through the offside. Fielder will come round though from deep point. Keep it down to a single, and it'll be Ben Stokes on strike. He's on 1. Currently he's only faced 2 deliveries. He came in after Harry Brook played an awful shot. Sinclair got to do his cartwheel, then a backflip. Stokes on strike. Right to the pitch, pushes it to the offside, dot ball. Sinclair in again. Straight back from Stokes. Just pushes it back to the bowler. That's pushed into the offside by Stokes, another dot ball. I don't know what's going on with that scorecard because England are 209 for 4, not 210. It's been behind and now it's going crazy. And again, just pushed into the offside there by Stokes. One ball left of this Sinclair over, figures of 1 for 19 so far. Pushes this back to the bowler. End of the 44th over. England 209 for 4. And now the scorecard has sorted itself out. The scoreboard, sorry. Beautiful weather around the UK today. Down here in Devon, it's showing 25 at the minute. Stokes is replacing his bat. Alderson continue. One slip and a gully in place. Wide outside the off stump. That's crashed through the covers. Races to the boundary. Absolute gift for Pope there. He'll be cursing his luck. Or cursing his skill level with that delivery holder. Not a good ball. Pope moves on to 87. Hit it on the up, but timed it perfectly right off the middle. Yeah, so there's still one slip in place for the West Indies, but it's quite wide, so it's maybe where second slip would be. Maybe even third slip. This one to Pope's, clipped through mid-wicket. Fielder dives and can't make the stop. Alzari Joseph will just stop it going over to the boundary with a dive. But England will come back for 3. Pope moves on to 90, and it'll be Stokes on strike. Didn't try and hit that too hard, Pope. He just timed it beautifully. England 216 for 4. And as we just approach, say 10 past 3, we're almost at the halfway point of the number of overs to be bowled in the day. Holder to Stokes, bowls across the England captain, lets that one go through to the keeper, raises his bat out of the way. Into Stokes. Stokes gets his foot to the pitch of the ball, just pushes that to mid-off. Dot ball. Stokes now, he's got 2 slips and a gully. Lets that one go through to De Silva, the wicket keeper. Yeah, they've done away with first slip though, so they've probably got some, what you could say, second and third slip. And a gully. Just half an hour until tea. Holder into Stokes. Stokes raises his bat. Watches that one go through to the keeper. End of the 45th over. Half of the 90 that should be bowled in the day. And we're at 3:10 in the afternoon. So it helps that Sinclair's in the bowling, obviously being a spinner. Gets through his overs a little bit quickly. That's assuming he's not being clattered to all corners of the grounds or he's not taking wickets. And it is Sinclair to Pope. Reverse sweep. And you get a couple there. Still a short square leg and a slip in for Sinclair, the spinner. Definitely didn't keep his eye on that. He dipped his head and swept his bat around Pope, so fair play. He moves on to 92. Forward defensive shot there though. That's a dot ball. Talk about watching the ball onto your bat. Definitely didn't do there, Ollie Pope. Arm ball there. Kept him pinned on his crease. Kept low. Manages to get his bat chopped down on it, Ollie Pope, and now be a dot ball. A little bit flatter, little bit quicker. Manages to just get his bat down in time. This one's flat batted through the covers. You'll get a couple there, will Ollie Pope. So he'll move on to 94. England will move on to 220 for 4. This time he strays down onto the pads of Ollie Pope and he just sweeps that fine. Races to the boundary. And here England .98 now, Pope. England 224 for 4. Clips this one too long on. It'll only be a single though. 225 for 4. Pope moves on to 99. And he'll have strike at the start of this next over. Going to be Seals coming back into the attack now. 2 slips and a gully in place for Pope. He's on 99. Clips that down the leg side. That'll race away for forward. I think it was leg buys though. $2.29 for forward. The umpire gives it one of them. What can I do? It came off your pads. Some of the crowd were thinking that was 100 up for Ollie Pope, but not to be. Just came off his thigh pad. So he remains on 99, does Pope, as Seals runs in. This time he pulls it over leg side, off the top edge, outside the off stump, but that is gone to the boundary. Ollie Pope gets his 100, takes his hat off, raises his bat. He moves on to 103. It's his 6th Test 100 in 45 matches, and it's his first against the West Indies, which he's rode his luck, let's be honest. He's been dropped twice. But England move on to 233 for 4. Seals runs in, just a one slip in place now. Probably a second, third slip kind of thing. Enjoyed that century there, Ollie Pope. Quite right to do so as well. Seals in, Pope on strike. In behind this one, just pushes it back to mid-off, dot ball. Drives this one, a little punchy shot just back past the bowler, and you get a single there as mid-on comes round. England 234 for 4. Pope on 104, and Ben Stokes still on 1. He's faced 11 deliveries, and he'll have one ball of this Seals over to face. Just over 20 minutes till tea. Left-handed Stokes waits. Bouncer comes in from Seals. Stokes just sways out the way of that one. Lets it go through to the keeper de Silva. End of the 47th over. England 234 for 4. And while they have a change of bowler, I'm going to have a change of nuts. And we're now on the go nuts, dry roasted peanuts. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not the best, but not the worst. going to be Sinclair to continue. 8 overs, 1 wicket for 28 runs so far. Pope pushes this one through the covers, might get to the boundary, not. Fielder gets around. Saves a couple of runs there, just 2 added to the total. Pope moves on to 106. England 236. With a loss of 4 wickets. Pope gets to the pitch of that ball from Sinclair, just pushes it back to the bowler. Sinclair's coming around the wickets now, trying to use the footholes, footmarks, to his advantage. This one's bowled a bit wider outside off stump. Well, that'll just be a single, pushed out to deep extra cover. It'll be the left-handed batsman, Stokes, on strikes now. Just pushes that one back to the bowler. Wide on the crease. Into Stokes, just pushes that to backward point, dot ball. Got out to an absolute beauty by Morty, didn't he, Ben Stokes at Lords? Foot to the pitch of this one, pushes it to mid-off. Misfield by the bowler himself, and Stokes will get a single there. End of the 48th over, so he'll stay on strike, will Ben Stokes. He's on 2 from 15 deliveries. Going to be Seals into Stokes. Drives that one through the covers, but finds the fielder. Didn't time it too well. Dot ball. England 238 for 4. Stokes lets this one go through to De Silva as it just slides across him. Doesn't get involved with that delivery. Seals in again. This time driven through point, diving stop by the fielder. That'll be a dot ball. That was racing away to the boundary, but for the hand of the young Shamar Joseph. This time Stokes tries to drive it through the covers, but straight to the fielder. He stays on 2 from 19 deliveries. England 238 for 4. This one's cut off the back foot, misses a fielder at point, races away to the boundary for 4. You'll feel better about that, will Ben Stokes? Just taking his time getting going there, but lovely shot there. England will move on to 242. Just cut that square of where the fielder was. England stay on 242 for 4. End of the 49th over. Stokes on 6. Pope will be on strike now. He's on 107. I'm assuming it'll be Sinclair to stay in the attack, the spin bowler. Will be Sinclair. Starts his run up, then stops, then makes an adjustment to his field. Still got a short square leg and a slip in place. Ollie Pope gets to the pitch of the ball, forward defensive. Not ball. Puts this one for a couple there, 2 backward point. Now just slowly trickle down towards third man, and he moves on to 109. The England batsman. England 244 for 4 now. Tries to clip that through mid-wicket, does Pope. Finds the fielder though, dot ball. Same shot, same outcome, dot ball. There's your hat trick. Same ball, same shot, same fielder, same result. 3 dot balls, 1 ball left in this 50th over. Takes a step back in his crease there, does Pope. Cuts it through the covers. And that'll be a couple. End of the 50th over. Pope moves on to 111. Umpire Shepherd. Wherever you are now, whatever you're doing, no doubt you'll be hopping foot to foot. That's right then. Bit of a healthy snack in it. rather than munching on Pringles that once you pop you can't stop, but they're not wrong. Going to be seals to continue. 2 slips and a gully in place. So you've got the wicket keeper missing first slip. Then first slip's actually where second slip should be, and you get the rest of it. Into the left-handed stalks. Across stalks there. Lets that one go through to the keeper, dot ball. Stokes on strike. Pulls that. Wasn't in control of it really, but they go back for the second, taking on the fielder's arm. That'll be 2 added to his total. Didn't look comfortable with that shot, Stokes, but gets away with it. England 248 for 4. This time Stokes clips this one off his pads. Fielder at mid-on will race back and stop that. Going to the boundary. Considering they've set the field up for offside catches to be brought in, they do seem to be straying either onto leg stump or pitching it short, where the shot's going to come onto the leg side. And again down the leg side. Strange field change, and then to bowl to attack the leg stump. That one just goes down the leg side to De Silva. And the fielders on the offside must be wondering why on earth they're there. Seals runs in. There again, bowls a bouncer to Stokes, just pulls his head out of the way, lets it go through to the keeper. Seven minutes until tea. Sorry about that. Two slips, a gully. Seals into Stokes. Pulls it into his thigh pad. Clips it to mid-on. They'll just take a quick single there. End of the 51st over. England 251 for 4. Feel yoghurt coming on for tea. And with Sinclair to continue, Stokes on strike. Rocks back, cuts that through the covers. That'll be a single. Still with a short square leg and a slip in place to spin bowler. Pope on strike. Gets to the pitch, pushes that one back to the bowler. Pope on 1-1-1. England 252 for 4. Strays onto the pads there, Sinclair. Just clip to deep backward square leg. Single. He moves on to 112. Stokes on strike. Pitched up, push through mid-off. Long off will come in and keep that down to a single. Stokes moves on to 13. 154. England move on to Pope. Bends his knees, cuts this one to backward point. That'll be another single added to the total. 255 for 4. Pope moves on to 113. And it'll be Stokes on strike. This one's pitched up, just pushed to mid-on by Ben Stokes. End of the 52nd over. England 255 for 4. Won't be looking to do anything heroic now, just over a couple of minutes till it's tea. Time to stretch my back. It's better. Going to be Shamar Joseph coming back into the attack. 11 overs, 1 for 42, his previous figures. Shamar Joseph into Pope. Full length on middle stump, just clips that through mid wicket. Get a quick single there. He'll move on to 114. England 256 for 4, and it'll be Ben Stokes, the captain, on strike. He's currently 13 from 30 deliveries. What a beautiful day. Oh, Trent Bridge, and also down here in Devon. Joseph in, Stoke waits, left-handed batsman, outside edge. Ooh, dropped just short of the fielder at gully. Didn't push at it too hard, and that was his saving grace. Need to concentrate here, Will Stokes, just before tea. Just a couple of minutes. Won't want to be giving his wicket away, that's for sure. And Shamar Joseph in again. This time Stoke walks down the wickets, clips it down to fine leg. He'll move on to 14. England will move on to 257 for 4. and it'll be Pope on strike. Probably be the last over before tea, actually. In fact, it will be. Still 3 balls left, and we're on 39 minutes past the hour. Just starting to stretch again is Shamar Joseph. This is the issue he had at Lord's. Just trying to stretch his left leg out. Just trying to stretch something out here in his leg again, Shamar Joseph. Trainer's going to be coming on, is he? Oh, he's on, then he stops. Brathwaite's just marking a run up out, so maybe he's going to finish the over off. Trainer is coming out. England are going to have some drinks as well, but we're due for tea now. So with 3 balls left to be bowled, could be a problem this for the West Indian team and obviously for the bowler. He looks like a proper athlete, does Shamar Joseph, but is he too finely tuned? Just pulling on his hamstring a little bit and he's trying to stretch that out, his left hamstring. It doesn't look comfortable. So I'm assuming he's going to come off now with the physio. It'll be Brathwaite who will finish his over. So it's coming up to tea anyway, so maybe he can get a bit of a massage. Get himself sorted out. He's walking all right, but we saw this at Lord's. And there's a good chance he's going to have a lot more bowling to do as well, so not what the West Indies wanted. And it will be Brathwaite who will finish the over. Leg slip. First slip. Pope. Just cut that. Backward point. That'll be a single. And Stokes on strike. 2 balls left of this 53rd over, then I'm pretty sure it's tea. Stokes clips that one through mid-wicket, finds the fielder, dot ball. Final ball up in the block hole, just pushed too long off. That'll be an easy single to Stokes. Moves on to 15. England 259 for 4. And that should be tea. It is tea. So on that note, I'm going to go and get my yoghurt, go and have a quick pee break. We'll be back when play resumes in about 20 minutes or so. Chat's still open, so feel free to use that. I'll spread a little message in there. Tea. And we'll be back shortly. We're back. Cool, blimey, I enjoyed my tea. Just had a yoghurt. Shirley Samuel, hi Jimmy. What time will play resume? It'll resume just about now. Sorry I didn't see you in the chat. I was just getting my own tea. We're good to go, Shirley. It'll be Ben Stokes on strike. And it's Joseph to bowl the first ball. Just pushes that to mid-off. This one's a little bit wide by Joseph. Driven through the covers. And Ben Stokes has a boundary to his name. Moves on to 19. England. 262 for 4. Apologies, Shirley, that I didn't see your message, but I don't. It's just so that once there's more people in the chat, they can continue chatting, and it's not always monitored by myself, because that's where I go and get a quick toilet break, a quick bite to eat, and then get back. So that's why I didn't see your message. I wasn't ignoring you. Apologies, Shirley. Joseph into Stokes. Lets that one go through to the keeper. Just a bit of width outside off stumps, and Stokes doesn't get drawn into playing the shot. Joseph into Stokes again, bowls it onto his legs, spins on the crease, does Stokes, and pulls it to square leg, races to the boundary for 4. And just like that, Stokes moves on to 23. It's faced 38 deliveries. England 267 for 4. Let's see if we can get this. Scoreboard updated. Tries to cut that one, does Stokes. Kept a little bit lower than he expected. Misses the outside edge. Goes through to De Silva, the keeper. Forward defensive from Stokes. Final ball of the over. That's 54 completed. England 267 for 4. Stokes on 23, and it'll be Ollie Pope on strike now. He's on 115. He's faced 160 deliveries. Going to be Sinclair, the spinner, to continue. Just clipped along on by Pope, just be a single. Hooks on strike, pushes that one through a diving mid-off fielder, and long off will come in. Keep it just to a single. That one's dug out and driven like a punch through the deep extra cover. Molly Pope finds the boundary there. England move on to 273. This time he takes a step to leg side, tries to cut that through the covers, but finds the fielder. This time it goes into the block hole, dug out and pushed back to the bowler. Bowler has a shy at the stumps, knowing full well that Pope was in his crease, and a few oohs from the crowd. Pope makes nothing of it. This delivery just pushes through to mid-on. Thought about a quick single, but he was smartly round the fielder. That'll be a dot ball, end of the over, 55 completed. Joseph in, first ball of his over. Stokes just pushes that back past the bowler, but it's a dot ball. Joseph runs in again. One slip in place, probably about where you would expect third slip to be. A backward point and a gully for Stokes. Joseph into the England captain. Tries to drive it through the covers, thick outside edge, stopped at point. That'll be a dot ball. Although it was a no ball, so that'll be one added to the total. Be frustrating for Joseph. Tries to drive this through the covers. Thick outside edge, and that'll race away for 4 at deep backward point. They're going to thrash hard, and that's what Stokes did. Got enough on it to avoid the awaiting catchers. And that'll be 4 added to the total. Equidistance between backward point and gully. Went right in the gap. Joseph in again. This time Stokes chops his bat down on this. Finds a fielder at point. That's a dot ball. And Joseph will be happy about that. Run rate is 4.99 per over. We've been well over 5 for the most of this innings, to be honest. Especially when Duckett took the bowlers to the woodsheds. He showed them who he was daddy, that's for sure. Stokes waits, tries to pull this, but doesn't get up as high as he thought. And just rolls through to the keeper, De Silva. Empire Maker's in the chat, says, hello Jimmy, hello Empire Maker. Hope you're having a great day, mate. Enjoying the sunny weather. Joseph into Stokes. Cuts this one to backward point. Deep backward point. He'll stop that going for a boundary. Single to end the over. 56 completed. Stokes is on 29 from 48 deliveries. England. Move on to 279 for 4. Empire Maker says, what have I missed? What channel is it on? It is on Sky Sports Cricket. It's going to be Sinclair, spinner into Stokes, drives that through the covers. Deep extra cover though, will keep that to a single. You've missed the West Indies winning the toss and electing to field. You missed Alzari Joseph taking the wicket of Zach Crawley with his 3rd delivery of the day, having him caught at 3rd slip. Pope just clips that one through the leg side. That'll be a single. He moves on to 121. England 281 for 4. You've also missed the West Indies dropping 2 catches. Pope both times, which will be a pain because he's currently on 121. Sinclair pushes that one, Stokes pushes that one to the offside for a dot ball. Sinclair giving it a little bit more air. He's still got a short square leg and a slip. Stokes again, trying to score through the covers, finds the fielder. It's on Sky Sports Cricket and forward defensive there from Stokes. Dot ball. You might also find it on Free Streams Live. Stokes once again tries to score through the covers but finds a fielder. Dot ball to end the over. 57 overs completed. Stokes is on 30. And Ollie Pope, who will now take strike, he's on 121. Stokes just having a word now with the umpire. I think it might be about somebody moving behind the bowler's arm, I'm not sure. Have you finished work for the day, Empire Maker? It's going to be Alzari Joseph to continue. 12 overs, 1 for 75, his current figures. Field's a little bit more widespread now. Not quite as attacking, more of a containing field. He's got one slip, one gully. Wide is a slip. And said slip, that goes straight to him. So Joseph takes the wicket. I was just going to say, they've not got a first slip, they've got a second slip kind of there. And Pope trying to push this one through the offside. Gets an outside edge and it goes straight to Hodge. And the batsman, he's got to go. Good effort though, Ollie Pope. He's already been dropped twice, so third time was lucky for the West Indies. He goes for 121. Faced 167 deliveries, caught Hodge, bowled Joseph. Gets a round of applause as he walks off the field, as you would expect. I need a haircut. So it's going to be England's new wicketkeeper. Made his debut last time out at Lords in his first test. Had a good test match behind the stumps, no dramas. Certainly came in and batted well. And it'll be Alzari Joseph into right-handed Smith. Extra slip in place now. Just pushes that through to the covers. Dot ball. Joseph in again, strays onto Smith's leg stump. He just clips that down towards backward square leg, and he's off the mark. England move on to 282 for 5. And it'll be Ben Stokes on strike. Joseph into Stokes, stands tall, pushes it into the covers. Dot ball. Joseph in again, spins on the crease and pulls that to the leg side. Does Stokes, races away to the boundary. Pulled it to, probably went to deep mid-wicket by the time. Sometimes difficult to tell. It's certainly where he aimed. Yeah, that's where it went as well, all along the ground. Lovely shot. Fans have been treated to some beautiful cricket today. Joseph comes in, bowls a bouncer, doesn't get involved in that Stokes and just dips underneath it. End of the 58th over. Stokes on 34. Oh, it's not. It is a no ball. You'll have to bowl that one again, young man, says the umpire. Joseph starts his run up again. This time Stokes plays that late shot that just goes to backward point, and deep backward point will come in to keep that down to a single. That is the end of the 58th over this time. Stokes will retain strike. He's on 35 now. England 288 for 5. Sinclair into the attack again. Still got a short square leg and a slip. Stokes just pushes that to the offside. Dot ball. This one slips down leg side. That'll race away to the boundary. Stokes on strike, he's on 39. Just pushes that back to the bowler. England 292 for 5. This time he strays onto the leg stumps. And Stokes just pushes it to square leg. Takes a simple single. Stokes moves on to 40. Smith will be on strike. He takes guard. He's on 1 from 2. That 40 from Stokes seems to have come in without any fuss or anything any no histrionics or anything like that. Took 62 deliveries. Smith, final ball of the 59th over, just pushes that back to the bowler. It'll be Alzari Joseph to continue, and it'll be Ben Stokes on strike. He scored 40 from 62 deliveries. England 293 for 5. Slipping a gully in place. That hits Stokes on his pad. Caught him a little bit out there, did the pace of that delivery. He was trying to play that through square leg. No bat involved, no chance of it being an LBW because it pitched outside leg anyway. But yeah, a little bit quicker than Stokes was expecting that one, I think. 1-0 to the bowler in this over so far. Joseph turns, starts his run up again. This time it's pulled through the leg side by Stokes, finds a fielder though, and that'll just be a single. He'll move on to 41. England will move on to 294 for 5. And it'll be Smith, the wicket keeper, on strike. He's currently on 1 from 3 deliveries. Two slips and a gully in place for Smith. Drives that to mid-on. Straight to the fielder though, that's a dot ball. Doesn't bat like a number 7, Smith, that's for sure. Gives the impression that he could open the flipping batting. Joseph in again. Plays that one into mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. No runs added to the total. This one's hit to backward point, partial field from Seals. He'll get a couple there. Disappointed will be Alzari with his colleague. But 2 added to the score. Was it a good stop or was it a misfield? Oof. Yeah, not a good effort. Didn't take into account the spin on the ball and looked a little bit stiff as well as he was chasing it, Seals. So Alzari Joseph didn't look impressed with that. Smith moves on to 3. Bit of in-swing there from Alzari Joseph, but driven to mid-off, end of the over. 60 completed. England on 296 for 5. I think we're going to be playing past 6 o'clock tonight. Just less than 1.5 hours. It looks like at Trent Bridge, it looks like the sun's just gone behind a little bit of cloud. So whether the West Indian bowlers can get it to move about a little bit more. There's been very little movement in the air. Although once they did get a change of bowl, that did move a little bit more. But it's been marginal. It's definitely been a good day to bat. The wicket's bounce has been even. It's come onto the bat nicely. Going to be Seals coming into bowl. He's got 2 slips. That one's a funny old bounce there on Stokes. It popped on him and he kind of got his bat on it, a flat bat. Then it's gone over both of the slips and raced away to the boundary for 4. I'm not sure why Stokes. I'm not sure what he was expecting. It didn't seem to do anything odd. It was just more Stokes' reaction that was odd. It looked like he was going to pull it. Then he decided to just leave his bat there in the horizontal position. Got a thick edge over the slips and raced away for 4. But the way he pulled his head away, it's almost like he thought it got up a little bit higher than he expected. I don't know why though. This one he's just tried crashing through the covers, which he's done so. Extra cover took the pace off that, and the deep backward point came round to finish the job off. That'll be a couple added to the total, and Stokes moves on to 47. England 302 for 5. Wide outside the off stump there to Stokes. Gets a single. Stokes on 48, Smith's on 3 and he's on strike. Run rate's just crept over 5, 5.01. And it Seals into Smith. Thick outside edge there, just trickles to point. That'll be a dot ball. Smith on strike. Seals in. Full face of the bat pointed at the bowler and just pushes it back to him. Dot ball. Joseph Seals into Smith. Pitches it up, but he just pounces on that and clubs it over deep square leg. Races away to the boundary for 4. End of the 61st. First over. 307 for 5 England. And it was one of them, he played a similar shot at Lords. It was not particularly short, outside off stump, but a big gap. A big gap over deep mid-wicket. And that's where Smith's launched it. One bounce over the boundary ropes, 4 added to his name, he moves on to 7. England 307 for 5. It's going to be Sinclair to continue bowling. Stokes on strike, he's on 48. Pushes that to extra cover. That'll be a dot ball. Just making a few changes to the field here. So they got away with short square leg. 2 extra cover catches there now, under slip, but no short square leg. That's just pushed through to deep point. Be a single. Stokes moves on to 49. Smith now on strike. He's on 7 from 10 deliveries. Right-handed Smith on strike. Back to a short square leg and slip. Just pushes that back to the bowler. Sun's come back out now as well. That won't help if you want to swing that ball. Clips that one through mid-wicket, does Smith, but finds a fielder. This one's on the pads of Smith and he clips that to the leg side. A leisurely single. He'll move on to 8. Run rate is 5 exactly. Stokes on strike, he's on 59. Clips that one to mid-on. Bit of a misfield, but not enough to allow Stokes a single that he needs to get his half-century. That's the end of the 62nd over. England 309 for 5. I've got a cable that won't fit my laptop correctly. It keeps going on to battery. The original battery charger, something went wrong with it, so we had an old one, and that's been doing the job, but it's not a snug fit where you clip it in, so occasionally it just for whatever reason drops out and doesn't charge the battery, and if I don't quite catch it in time, I'll leave it for an hour and suddenly the screen will start going off, and I don't want that. I'm going to have to get a new charger for it, one that's specifically made for that laptop. It's going to be Seals into Smith. 2 slips in place, gets in right behind that, pushes it straight back to the bowler. Dot ball. Smith on strike, he's waiting. Seals just making an adjustment to the field. Turns round, starts his run up. Wide outside the off stump, driven through the covers there. Didn't time it perfectly, and that should just get cut off before it reaches the boundary, which it does. But England will run 3 there. And it'll be Smith moving on to 11. And it'll be Stoke on strike, who's on 49. Seems to have been on 49 for an age now. England 312 for 5. Stokes on strike. Pushes that through point. Easy single. 50 up for Ben Stokes. 71 deliveries. No real dramas. Jimmy can't spell. Ben Stokes has now changed his name to Talks. My laptop's having a hissy fit. Smith on strike. Just drops that one back in front of him. Dot ball. As soon as this cricket finishes tonight, I'm going to have to catch up with all my emails that have come through. To see them all. At least 3 or 4 of them need action as well. Cricket's more important. The markets are doing fine. S&P 500's down a little bit on the day though. Smith pushes that through the covers, finds the fielder. That's a dot ball. Smith on strike. Final ball of the over, just push back to the bowler. That's the end of the 63rd over. England 313 for 5. Smith's on 11. And Stokes, who will be on strike, he's now got his 50. I'm just going to have to go and take a delivery, so I'll be right back. I'll be back in a minute, folks. I've just got to go and get a delivery that's being delivered. back. That's all sorted. No problem with the delivery. Just the wrong paperwork. Right goods. I don't know if that works either way. Smith on strike. Holder. Good line, good length. Just pushes that into the covers, does Smith. That's a dot ball. I don't understand, if you've got the wrong paperwork, how can you have the right delivery? Normally the other way around. Holder, slower ball into Smith, outside off stump, just pushes that to deep backward point. England 317 for 5. 65 overs completed. Sinclair into Smith. Pitched up. Punches that to the covers. Finds the fielder. Dot ball. Sinclair in again. Smith just pushes this back towards the bowler. Not looking to score. And again, this time into the covers again. Finds Joseph Alzari. It's a dot ball. Shamar Joseph is still off having treatment. This time, little hop, skip and a jump down the wicket. Gets to the pitch of the ball, Smith, and pushes it to long on. Just be a single. And with Ben Stokes. Flips that to mid-on. Dot ball. The final ball of the over. Takes a step back, just tickles that down to fine leg. 319 for 5 England. Stokes moves on to 53. And he'll be on strike for this next over, which I'm assuming is going to be bowled by Holder again. On a Beholder to continue. 9 overs, 0 for 40. The Stokes on strike. Forward defensive. Dot ball. It's been a pretty long day in the field for the West Indian bowlers, that's for sure. Wandering again. Stokes starts walking down the wicket towards him, gets it off the bottom end of the bat, goes back over his head. Just evades the fielder over at deep mid-wicket. Sorry, deep extra cover. And it came down, not such a steep angle, it didn't bounce much further than its landing point. Got away with one there, did Stokes. Almost a predetermined shot. He walked a couple of steps down the wicket before the ball had even left Holder's hands. Dangerous shot to this 6'8" bowler. But he gets away with it. This time he just clips it through mid-wicket, but that'll find the fielder dot ball. Stokes is on 55. This one to Stokes outside the off stump, pushes it to fielder at mid-off and scampers for a quick single. It's just a little bit deeper than usual, fielder at mid-off, so it gave him that room to get the run. England 322 for 5. Let's make sure this scoreboard updates. Holder into Smith, just drops that to the offside. Dot ball. Smith just pushes that delivery back to the bowler. End of the 67th over. England still on 322 for 5. Smith on 13. Stokes on 56. So Sinclair's coming out of the attack. Hodge is going to come into the attack and bowl some spin. So we've done away with the short square leg, but he's still got a slip into Stokes. He pushes that to long on, be a single. And time for me, Jimmy James, to stretch my back. That's better. Good to go now. 55 minutes left of scheduled play. So for Smith, the short square leg comes back in. Short square leg and a slip. See if Hodge can get any turn. Sinclair didn't get too much. Nothing there either for Hodge, really. Joe strays onto Smith's leg stump, and he just flicks that away for a single. He moves on to 14. And it'll be Stokes back on strike. Stokes on 57. He's faced 89 deliveries. Gets his foot to the pitch there, does Stokes. Squirts away to point, but not too far from the bat. No chance of a single. The call of no rings out. This one's pitched up from Hodge, a little bit straighter. Just punched back down the ground to long on. That'll be one added to the total. Stokes moves on to 58. Smith pushes that one back to the bowler. The cries of "great ball, Hodgie" from De Silva, the wicket keeper, come out. It was a good ball. I said it was a great ball. Final ball of the over just gets dropped into the offside. 68 overs completed. Smith stays on 14. He'll be Stokes to take strike. Try saying that quickly. He's on 58. Faced 91 deliveries. England 325 for 5. The sun is still shining at Trent Bridge. Perfect batting conditions. Going to be Holder to continue. 10 overs, 0 for 43. It's going to be Stokes on strike. He's coming around the wicket. Stokes gets right in behind it, pushes it to short extra cover. Stokes tries driving that through the covers, straight to the fielder though. Got ball. So Holder, he's got a slip and a gully. Slips at about second, third slip. Pulls that to the leg side though, from outside off stump does Stokes. Didn't get in the middle. But it's just that brute force. Gets it over deep mid-wicket. Races to the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot there by the England captain. This time he cuts one. Deep backward point will make the stop, but he'll come back for a second there, will Ben Stokes. He moves on to 64. England 331 for 5. It's been pretty drama-free, this innings for Stokes. Up to 64, he's faced 95 deliveries. I can only think there's only a couple that have come off the edge and not really been catching chances either. And Holder runs in again. Stokes waits. Clips that to Mid on. He just run a single. Moves on to 65. England 332 for 5, and it'll be Smith on strike. He's on 14 from 29 deliveries. This one's pitched up. Smith pushes that to mid on. End of the 69th over. No jokes about it being lunch. England 332 for 5. It'll be Stokes on strike. We might give Hodge another ball. Second new ball. That's due in at 11 overs. There's some white clouds about over Trent Bridge, but blue skies as well. It's been perfect day for cricket. So it is Hodge. He's got one slip in place. Lovely gap on the offside backward of point for Stokes. Pushes that one back to the bowler. Or defensive. Pushes it back to Hodge. Pushes that one to Holder at mid-on. Definitely protecting the leg side here, the West Indies. Takes a step to leg there though and cuts that into the offside. He'll take a couple there, will Ben Stokes. He'll move on to 67. England move on to 334 for 5. Not to push. Stokes has stop the urge to go over the leg side. This time he just punches it to the deep cover, and that'll be a single. Of the final ball of the over, it'll be Smith on strike. Stokes has moved on to 68. England 335 for 5. Hodge pulls that one short and then absolutely launched over deep mid wicket. It was just a real dragged it down, real long hop, and that got what it deserved. Up you go, 6 runs. England 341 for 5. You get the impression that Smith is there now supporting Stokes, but if you get a delivery like that, he's not going to pass that up. Just dispatched it beautifully. Something's upsetting the S&P 500. US President Biden receptive to pleas to step down. Labour's retirement tax to hit state pensioners within 2 years. You work hard all your life, pay your taxes, and then when you're a pensioner, they still come after it from you. I think they're just having a drink. Marcus Rashford's been banned from driving. We're just having drinks, so we're not missing anything. Second new ball in 10 overs. Got a bit holder. 11 overs, not for 50. It'll be Stokes on strike. He's on 68. Stokes just pushes that to point. Deep backward point. I'll have to come in though to field that. Just be a single though. Stokes moves on to 69. 342 for 5 England. Smith waits, Holder runs in. Gets right in behind that, a little bit more bounce than he thought, but plays it well, just drops it in front of him, does the batsman. It'll be a dot ball. Just drops that delivery into the offside. No run there. Smith remains on 20. England still 342 for 5. That ball is just pushed to backward point. That'll be another dot ball. Tries a cover drive there, does Smith, but doesn't time it. And just rolls to the fielder. One ball left of this 71st over. This time takes a stride down the wicket to hold of the bowler, just pushes it back to him. That's the end of the 71st over. Stokes on strike. Hodge into him. Clips that one to Holder at mid-on. That's a dot ball. This one's a little bit shorter. Pulls it over to deep mid-wicket. And Hodge gets his man. It was pulled short and they set the field for this shot, and Stokes has fell right into that trap. Didn't catch it as well as he would have hoped. And the fielder says, "Thank you very much, boss. I'll pocket that, and you can go back to the pavilion." He was going for the big one there for sure. Got nowhere near middling it. Could have tried to play that one along the floor, but went for the 6. I don't know why. Caught sub Louis. 69 he's got to go for. Be disappointed with that, will Ben Stokes. He'd been getting a little bit bogged down though, hadn't he? And obviously with the new ball being due. What, 8 overs, something like that. You would have wanted to start moving the scoreboard along a little bit, but obviously that's the price you pay when you don't get it out of the middle and it goes pear-shaped. Ben Stokes goes for 69. Not far out. Now it's going to be Smith's time to shine. Proved at Lords he can do it. It's going to be Walks to come into bat. He's got a best of 137 against India, not out. That was in 2018. "50 test matches for Walks. Well done." Comes in, takes his guard, asks for 2. And no doubt that's what the umpire will give him. Got 4 balls left to face of this Hodge over. He's got a slip, he's got a short square leg. Just a defensive shot there, pushes it to mid-on. Dot ball. This one's pitched up full. That's pushed through mid-off. Fielder comes around, they'll get a couple there. Although no, just take the single and let Smith have strike. Seems a bit early to be doing that. Sure, they could have got another run in there. Either way, Smith's on strike. And then he just pushes that back to Hodge. 1 ball left in the over. This one's just pushed through the covers. That'll be a single. 344 for 6 England. 72 overs completed. Still 18 overs in the day to be bowled in 33 minutes. Holder runs in. Smith pushes that through point. He'll have a quick single. They're just interviewing Ramsdale, the Arsenal reserve goalkeeper. Now you've got to call him, haven't you? He's a big mate with Ollie Pope. Let's get this scorecard updated. England, 345 for 6. It's going to be Walks on strike now. He's on 1. And it'll be Holder to bowl to him. 2 slips and a gully. Missing first slip. Walks pushes that back to Holder. Threatens to have a shy at the stumps, but keeps hold of the ball. Definitely been England's day after a good start from the West Indies, taking the wicket of Crawley with the 3rd ball, but he went a bit wayward after that. Holder beats Walks on the outside edge straight through to De Silva, but no bat involved. It'll be a dot ball. Some indifferent fielding from the West Indians today as well. Dropped, what, 2-3 catches? You'd run out of fingers if you were counting the amount of misfields. Walks, takes strike. Holder runs in. Clips this one off his thigh. That'll just be a single. And it'll be Smith to take strike. Smith's on 22. He's faced 39 deliveries. And he's looked pretty solid, to be honest. Just hit the 1-6. That'll be Holder in again, Smith. Waits, 2 balls left in the over. Gets in behind that one, just drops it to point. That'll be a dot ball. New ball's going to be ready in how many overs? 7 overs. Holder into Smith. Tries to tickle that one down to third man, but backward pointer will get his hands on that. That'll be another dot ball. End of the 73rd over. England 346 for 6. Quick shout out, don't forget to use the chat. Let us know what your thoughts are. Not necessarily about cricket, could be anything. Like to talk about the weather, don't we? Which has been beautiful today. It's going to be Hodge to continue. It'll be walks on strike. Short leg, slip. Forward defensive there from Walks, pushes it back towards the bowler. And again, not looking to score here, Walks. Pushes this one through mid-off. Easy, leisurely single. There's long off. Makes a stop and puts the ball back into the bowler. There's Smith on strike now. England 347 for 6. Walks has moved on to 3. Pitched up there by Hodge. Just punched through the covers there. And that'll be a single added to Smith's total. He moves on to 23. England 348 for 6. And it'll be Walks on strike. He scored 3 from 8 deliveries. Just push through the offside there. That'll be a dot ball. There was a silly mid-off put in there as well. You've got a slip, silly mid-off. Silly mid-off it goes too. That's the end of the 74th over. England 349 for 6. the holder. He's running in, walks on strike, 2 slips in place. Just drops that to backward point, so second slip will field that, be a single. Smith will be on strike now. The 2 slips, they've sort of missed out first slip, so they're at kind of wide second and wide third. And that's 350 up for England. Holder runs in. Smith, bat raised, step down the wicket. Chance. Oof. An appeal for LBW there. He went walking down the wicket as he does, same as Joe Root. He'd hit the pad, did Holder the fielder. But to be honest, that would have either been going down leg side. Oh yeah, going down leg side by a long, long way. Needs to be careful while doing that, Smith. This time stays in his crease, pushes it to cover, dot ball. I've seen Joe Root doing this to Holder, and Holder, he doesn't change anything. He spots it, the batsman's movement, doesn't change anything. All he does is just ball a slightly slower delivery. Which kind of takes out the movement that the batsman's made towards him. This one's cut to backward point by Smith. We'll go for a couple here. Smith will move on to 25. England move on to 352 for 6. Done well the West Indies this last couple of hours, just to slow this run rate down and just to slow England down, you know. England would have been well over 400 now if they'd have carried on at the rate they were going. This one's driven through extra cover there by Smith, and that just races to the boundary for 4. Beautiful shot. He moves on to 29. Definitely looks like he could bat further up the order, Smith. This one, good line, good length, pitched up from Holder, and just pushes that one to mid-on. End of the 75th over. England 356 for 6. Smith on 29, walks on 5, and it's going to be walks on strike. I'm assuming they'll have Hodge bowling. They'll want to get through the overs as quickly as they can as well, the West Indies. Still 15 to be bowled in the day, and 20 minutes left of scheduled play. Second new balls in 5 overs. Although we did have a change of ball midway through the innings when it went out of shape. The replacement ball certainly moved a little bit more than the original ball for the West Indies, but it's not been conducive weather conditions to movement in the air, to be honest. The sun's been shining all day. Hodge into Walks. Walks just pushes that one to the offside. That's a dot ball. Just a slip in play now. Silly mid off. Selling it off with a diving stop there. That's a dot ball. Forward defensive from Walks. Selling it off again. Being kept busy. Almost got yorked there. Did Walks. Manages to jam the bat down. That's a dot ball. Don't forget to come and say hello in the chat. Let us know what your thoughts are about the day. Thoughts about anything. Doesn't have to be about cricket. That's a rank long hop, and Walks misses out on that. Tries to pull it to the leg side, but gets the bottom of the bat onto the ball, and it doesn't really go anywhere. It's a dot ball. This time he drives that one through the covers. Fielder at deep extra cover. He'll throw that back in, keeping it to a single. And Walks will move on to 6. End of the 76th over. England 357 for 6. It's going to be Sinclair into ball as well. It's going to be Walks on strike. So once again, he's going to go with one slip, short square leg. Just flips that to long on, be an easy single. And it'll be Smith on strike. And if you've not seen it, have a look at Sinclair's celebration when he got the wicket of Horribrook. Did a cartwheel followed by a somersault. Superb. Smith on strike. Just drives that through mid-wicket, partially stopped. Then long on will finish the job off. That's how big the deflection was, and it'll just be a single. When Smith's on strike, they do away with the short square leg. No doubt he'll come back in now for Walks. Indeed he does. Walks just pushes that one to the offside, dot ball. Remains on 7. England 359 for 6. That one's pushed to long on again. That'll be a single. One ball left. 2 balls left of the over. It's been a long day. One's pushed back to the bowler. That is a dot ball. And there is now 1 ball left of the over. And it's Smith on strike. Beaten on the outside edge there by Sinclair. Smith remains on 30. It's the end of the 77th over. Walks on strike. Now he's on 8. sure what's going on with the TV. They must be talking about beards because they keep showing people in the crowd now with beards. As you do at the cricket. It's going to be Hodge into ball, 5 overs, 1 for 18, Smith on strike. Pushes that to long off, that'll just be a leisurely single. He'll move on to 31, Will Smith. On to 9, Will walks. Smith will be looking to move on to 31 as quickly as possible. He can't do it there. Just plays that one to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, he'll be looking to move off 30 as quickly as possible. The reason being that new ball's due in just under 3 overs. And there we go. As I say that, he now goes right back up. Nostradamus, Jimmy James. He goes straight back over the bowler's head for 6. So he didn't want to stay on 30 for long. And he certainly didn't stay on 30 for long. Crashed that one right over the bowler's head. He says, have a bit of that, son. He goes again. But he doesn't catch that one. And coming in from long on, Holder comes steaming in and the big man takes the catch. Hero to 0 in 2 deliveries. It was a little bit too full for this shot, actually. He tried to give himself room, but got it off the bottom of the bat. And where the previous ball went for 6, this one didn't get the height or the distance. And Holder, the big guy, 6'8" at long on, came running in to take the catch. Good effort though by Smith. 36, he faced 54 deliveries, caught Holder, bowled Hodge. And England 367 for 7. Spin bowlers doing the work here now for the West Indies. No doubt Brathwaite will be keeping his seam bowlers rested for when this new ball comes into effect. In just 14 deliveries. It's going to be Gus Atkinson to come into bat. He'll be hoping for a better result with the bat than he got at Lord's. Fantastic with the ball, but he was out for a duck. Literally, first ball. So we'll be hoping to last a little bit longer. Let's be honest, he's not going to last less. if you're out first ball. Well, I suppose you could always be run out without facing. But now we've got short legs back in and slit. That one's dragged down the leg side though. He'll be disappointed, the bowler there. And Atkinson just clips that one down to fine leg. He'll get at least 2, possibly 3. Now just the 2. Deserved that wicket though, did Hodge. He's bowled well. He's so big, Holder, when he caught that ball. I've said it when he was at Lord's. It looks like a marble in his hands. Atkinson on strike. Appeal for... He's drove that back as Atkinson. Walks at the non-striker's end. The ball's hit the wickets. Are they trying to say they got a touch to it and he was out of his crease? They're just having a look upstairs. There's a big appeal. They're now going to review this, so it looks like Walks backing up at the non-striker's end. It's possibly been run out. First of all, we need to check, did a fielder get a touch on it? Whether it's the bowler or not. So Atkinson's hit it back straight as a die. It touched, well, either way, regardless, Walks had his bat in anyway, so this will be not out. He did get a finger to it. He did get a finger to it, the bowler, before it hit the wickets, but the bat for Walks is in and he's kept it grounded as well. I'm going early with this one. Not out, indeed. What I will say with that is, he's lucky that he kept the bat grounded though. Was Walks, which he did. Atkinson's on 2. Walks is on strike now. That's the end of the 78th over. 2 balls left. 2 overs left before the new ball is due. It's just tickled to the leg side. That'll be an easy single. There was Sinclair to Atkinson. One slip. Short leg. Sinclair in. Looked like a top spinner there. Kept a little bit lower, a little bit quicker. Atkinson does well though. Jams his bat down onto that and just pushes it back to the bowler. Forward defensive shot there from Atkinson. So he's already doing much better than he did at Lord's. Like I say, he was out first ball for a duck. This one he tries to drive through the covers. Gets an outside edge. I shouldn't have said that, should I? He's caught at slip. Just got a little bit giddy there, did Gus Atkinson. One thing I would say is Sinclair got the wicket and well bowled, well deserved. The spinners for the West Indies have definitely done the job this afternoon. Along with Holder, they've managed to slow down England's rate of scoring. And yeah, Atkinson trying to push that through the covers, just got an outside edge and good catch at first slip. But the spin bowlers have definitely done what they needed to do. But I did notice nobody said anything to Atkinson as he was walking off, because the last thing you would want to do when he's bowling is make yourself a target. He's certainly quick, isn't he? He was quick at Lord's, where there was not a lot of pace in that wicket, some uneven bounce, some low bounce. But I get a feeling on this wicket at Trent Bridge, once the sun's been on it, like it has been all day today, I get a feeling that Gus Atkinson could cause the West Indian batsmen a few problems. And somebody's going to have to pick the mantle up now Jimmy Anderson's gone. And I also think that the man who's just coming into bat now, Mark Wood, he can certainly sling a cricket ball at a fair rate of knots. Best of 52. Two balls left in this Sinclair over. Still got a slip, still a short square leg. That one's kept a little bit low as it's pitched up. And Wood just gets a thick outside edge. And he'll just get a single there as it trickles to where short fine leg would have fielded that perfectly. Sorry, no, he wouldn't. Short third man would have fielded that perfectly. Walks on strike, just pushes that back to the bowler. End of the 79th over. England 371 for 8. It's going to be Wood on strike. One ball left, one over left before this new ball is available. It's been an entertaining day's cricket, that's for sure. There's been missed fields, there's been dropped catches, there's been some excellent bowling, there's been some poor bowling. There's been some big shots played by England. Certainly from Duckett, he came out to open the batting, he was like a man possessed. He clobbered Seals. Do you see what I did there? Didn't mean to do that, but just the way it came out my mouth. He 28, I think it was, from his first 2 overs in a test match. Second and fourth overs he bowled. Clobbered him all over. Oh my word. So Wood's gone right down the wicket here to Hodge. Went for a big heave over deep mid-wicket, missed the ball. It's come through, hit De Silva. De Silva couldn't take the ball because if he had, no way was the batsman getting back and he would have been stumped. But the ball bounced up in the air and then Wood managed to get back and the dot ball after all that. And this time he just pushes it into the covers. That was enough drama for that delivery, after one delivery of Matt Wood. Oh my word. This time he goes big through the covers but hits it straight at the fielder. And that'll be another dot ball. Hodge in again. Wood pushes this to mid-off. He doesn't move. The ball goes to long off. He does move, keeps it to a single. I think England will be looking to get to 400 before the day's over, which is due to finish in just less than a minute. And it's Walks on strike, forward defensive. That's the end of the 80th over. New ball is due. Are they going to take it? Or are they going to keep going with the spinners? Because it seems to be doing the trick for the West Indies. Play's going to go on till 6:30. Brathwaite's just having a word with Alzari Joseph now, saying, what do you think? Do we take this new ball? And Alzari Joseph just shows him the palm of his hands and, yeah, well, no, the spinners are... So it is going to be the spinners to continue. And I'm not surprised. Sinclair. Wood just flat bats through point. I think that might be another drop catch. He's gone for a single now, but I think did that reach? We're having a replay of it now. He went to crash it through the covers, did Wood. It did reach, and he'll be disappointed. He dived forward, did the fielder. Is it Louis? Another drop catch. Walks just pushes that to mid-off. Dot ball. That's 3. Is that 3? Is that 4 catches dropped by the West Indies? Sinclair looked disappointed, as you would. 2 for 65 so far. From almost 20 overs bowled. Good effort. Bowls that one onto Walks' pad. He just tickles that to the leg side. Just go through for a single. England. Just watching a replay of this again. It carried, and it carried well. just dived forward and England 374 for 8. Wood on strike. Pushes at that. Almost caught in the slip there. I think it just dropped short of him, and then at the second attempt he flicked it up and caught it, but it had already hit the floor. Wood pushes that back to the bowler. That'll be a dot ball though. England looking to move the scoring rate on now. There's no point hanging around, is there? He goes for the big heave, does Wood. Misses it, straight through to the keeper. Keeper takes the bails off, shouts how's that. They're going for a review, but I'm pretty sure that Wood had his... Pretty sure that Wood had his foot back in. But it was a fair delivery. He's out there. Then he's out. Has he got anything behind? Yeah, he's back in. Back in easily. We're going early with this one. Go on, Jimmy. Go for it. I am. I'm going not out. Because let's be honest, he wasn't. Hodgin again. Walks on strike. Crashes that through deep extra cover, but straight to the fielder. Leisurely single will take. 375 for 8. Wood on strike, he's on 3. Walks is now on 12 from 26 deliveries. Slip and short leg in place. Wood forward defensive, just pushes it to the offside. It's a dot ball. Pulls that one a little bit shorter, does Hodge, but Wood just pushes it back to the bowler. I thought he might try and heave that one over the leg side. That ball was there to be hitting. I hope he's not got into a negative mindset after his potential stumping. This one's floated up. Tries to drive it through the covers, but finds the fielder. Dot ball. Hodge, 2 balls left of this over. Wood on strike. Tries to tickle that one down to third man. Tickles it just past the slip. But he does get... takes on the arm as well. He comes back for the second run. So it was a lovely shot, but it was hell of a close to the slip fielder, to be honest. Yeah, it came a little bit off the shoulder of the bat. Actually, it was further away than I first thought, but definitely pushing your luck with that shot. They did run for 3. I thought they did. 378 for 8. And it's Walks on strike now. Let's get this scoreboard updated. Walks drives that back to mid-off, but straight across like a panther. The bowler stops that ball. Dot ball. End of the 82nd over. It's been an interesting day. At times it's played like a T20. Other times it's played like a 50 over one day. And then for the last hour or so, there's been times where it's been played like a test match where the spin bowlers have Just tighten things up a little bit. Wood goes down the wicket this time. Drives one through the covers. Didn't time it though. Thick outside edge. And we'll just take a single. So it'll be Walks on to strike now. He's on 12. England move on to 379 for 8. Looking forward to getting in the hot tub tonight. Walks just pushes that one back to the bowler. It's been a hard day sat in the chair watching the cricket. And I'll start going through all these emails that I've got. There's always a price to pay, isn't there? Walks, hop, skip and a jump down the wicket. Bat and pad together though, just push that to mid-on. Not ball. That one's clipped to mid-wicket. Another dot ball. Walks to mid-wicket again. No score off that. He remains on 12. England 379 for 8. Sinclair in. Pushes that one through point. Get a single there. End of the 83rd over. It'll be Walks to stay on strike. He's on 13. I think the West Indies might save this new ball until morning now. Let the spinners bowl out the rest of the day. See what the wicket does first thing tomorrow morning. Quick shout out. Let us know what you think of the day in the chat. Personally, 380 for 8. It's been England's day. This one's tickled down the leg side from outside off stumps. By Walks. You'll get a couple there. Typical T20 shot. Moves on to 15. England 382 for 8. Budget was bowling. Got into position early, did the batsman there. Waited for it. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just tickled it. Down to fine leg. This one's floated up. Just push through the deep extra cover. Be another single. And it'll be Wood on strike now. Walks has moved on to 16. England 383 for 8. Let's move this scoreboard on, hopefully. No, it's still one run behind. Wood tries to heave this over deep mid-wicket, but plays it along the ground. Holder will run round from long on and keep that down to a couple. Wood moves on to 9. England 385 for 8. Nice stump cam there of the wicket keeper squatting down. Not a very flattering position. This one's tossed wide outside off stump, trying to tempt Wood. Couldn't reach it though. If that had been a one-dayer or a T20, that would have been a wide. Get away with that one in Test cricket. This one's just punched him long off. That'll be a single added to the total. Hodge, this is a bit of a long hop. Cut away. And that'll be a single added to the total. Just cut through the covers. 387 for 8, 84 overs completed. Walks is on 17. He's on strike. Going to be Sinclair to continue. 21 overs, 2 for 68. Good effort from the spinner. Walks on strike. Just pushes that one back to the bowler. Excuse me. Walks, hop, skip and a jump down the wicket. Just pushes that past Holder at mid-off. And doesn't race away to the boundary. Just goes at a nice even pace and not a lot in that shot, but he'll get forward. Got to the pitch of it almost. Just slightly hitting on the up, but kept it down. No chance for Holder to stop that. And it's kind of in that in-between position, Holder there, of he's like a deep. He's like between mid-off and long-off, if that makes sense. That one's clipped off middle stump to the leg side by Walks. It'll just be a single. Moves on to 22. Wood will be on strike. He's on 10. England 392 for 8. What does Wood do here? Just lets that hit his bat, tickles it into mid-wicket. A dot ball. Just pushes it to the offside this time. Thought about going after that one. You could see his brain ticking over as the ball was bowled. And in the end, he just pushed it to the covers. This one's pitched up, just hit back to the bowler. End of the 85th over. England 392 for 8. 5 overs left to be bowled in the day. Or 16 minutes, whichever comes first. Still hot at Trent Bridge. Lady fanning herself there. Looks like there's been quite an amount of alcohol consumed. Just starting to thin out the crowd now as people probably try and get away to avoid the crowds. Be Hodge to continue. Strays onto the leg stump there, and it just gets tickled down the leg side. There is a leg slipping. Call him a short, fine leg in place. But he couldn't stop that. And a couple onto the scoreboard. Walks moves on to 24. England 394 for 8. This one, Walks, pushes it to long on. Just a leisurely single. Wood on strike. He's on 10 from 21 deliveries. Hodge in, just a slip in place now, wide outside the off stump. Wood doesn't attempt a shot at that. Looks at the umpire as though to say, not a wide. The crowd, a few boos come out. This one's bowled, good line, good length out on off stump. And that is just pushed back to the bowler. This one's just punched to long off. That'll be a dot ball. Wood moves on to 11. There'll be walks on strike. He's on 25. There's just 40 delivered. Good effort from these two batsmen. That's a full toss. Just pushed too long off. That's the end of the over. 86 completed. Walks so cheap on strike. He'll move on to 26. If you haven't done so already, please hit subscribe, ping that notifications bell. Give us a like. My lads tell me that YouTube likes it when you get likes because they know that the content's decent. So they're more likely to give us a wider reach. Now the West Indies are going to take that new ball. So it's going to be Alzari Joseph. 4 overs left in the day, which we should get in. We can go through to 6:30. So it's going to be Joseph with, there's going to be 2 slips and a gully, but the slips are placed at, say, second and third slip. They've done away with first slip. So what can Alzari Joseph do? Brand new Duke's Cherry in his hand. 2 for 85 from 15 overs. He runs in, walks on strike, tries a bouncer, down leg side, gets some bat on that, and that's the problem with the new ball. It races away to the boundary. 401 for 8 England. And that's not what Alzari Joseph would have wanted, or his captain Brathwaite from his first delivery, trying to pitch it in a little bit short to walks, but down the leg side, and he just got a little tickle to it, away for 4. That's better line and length outside off stump, but that's just pushed at by walks. It races through the covers, and deep extra cover the fielder will get round, and there'll be a couple there. This is the problem when you take that new Cherry. Unless you're getting your line and length perfect and you've got the batsman defending, even though they're tail enders now, if they get the bat on that ball, it's going for runs. England 403 for 8. Alzari Joseph into walks. That's a better ball, pitched up, just on off stump, and he pushes that into the covers, dot ball. But Walks is on 32 from 44 deliveries. Wood at the other end, he's on 11 from 24. We're going through till 6:30 or 90 overs, whichever comes first. And it's going to be tight which one's going to beat, which is going to beat the other. My guess is the clock's going to beat us unless we're going to bowl one of the spinners at the other end, either Sinclair or Hodge with a new ball. That's not going to happen. Good line, good length, top of off stump. Walks just pushes that to the offside. That's a dot ball. They're not going to keep the spinner going, are they, with a new Cherry? So 9 minutes left. 18, 20 deliveries to go. Possibly. We'll see. Alzara Joseph starts his run up, walks his waiting. 2 slips and a gully, plays across that one, squirts out to backward point. That'll just be a leisurely single. He moves on to 33. Been beautiful weather at Trent Bridge all day. It's looked hot, looks like there's been plenty of beer consumed. Some lovely ladies sat fanning themselves, trying to keep cool. Definitely been good conditions for batting. Hardly any movement in the air. Surprising really, West Indies won the toss and elected to bat. But we know why, they're trying to take the pressure off the bowlers because the batters are not doing the job. We'll see what happens tomorrow. That one just clipped to mid-on, a dot ball. That's the end of the 87th over. Walks is on 33, Woods on 11. Yeah, some indifferent fielding today by the West Indies. They dropped 3 catches, maybe 4, I think it's 3. They dropped Ollie Pope early on, I think when he was in his 30s, and he went on to make, what was it, 120. What did he go for? Let's have a look. Ollie Pope, yeah, he went for 121 from just 167 deliveries. So it's going to be Seals back into the attack. He's got 1 for 84. He got an absolute clattering off Duckett when this innings first started. He bowled the second over, did Seals. Got clattered all over by Duckett. Then he bowled the 4th over after he was opening the bowling with Alzara Joseph. And the second over, Duckett clattered him all over as well. 28 runs he went for. This is Seals. This one, he strays onto Walks' legs and he just clips that through deep mid-wicket. That races away. Beautiful shot that from Walks. Timed it well. Didn't try and hit it too hard. And this is going to be frustrating for Brathwaite. He angled that in the seam position like he was hoping it was going to come back towards the batsman, and it didn't. It just carried on going a fuller length onto his pads. And he just clipped that through mid-wicket. Raced away to the boundary. England 408. Right. Seals into Walks. Outside edge this time. Holder dives forward. And Seals gets his man. They're just going to check that carried. Walks had a look towards the umpire there. So he's walking off. But he's gone for 37 from 48 deliveries. Good effort from Chris Walks. Just got that one to shape away from Walks there. And Holder with a good catch diving forward. He's took a couple of good catches today as the big man. He's got a long way to go to get down to the ground to take them catches. So Chris Walks goes for 37, caught Holder bowled Seals. England 408 for 9. 5 minutes to go. Just a good delivery that to a bowler who's not a batsman. But a good catch. And that's after the first delivery that would have frustrated Seals and his captain, like I said at the time, straying down leg side. Gets the congratulations, does the bowler, off his teammates. It's going to be Bashir coming into bat, and like I said at Lords, He doesn't look like a batsman, but it's we'll see how he does. Just making a few adjustments to the field there. Seals runs in. 2 slips, a gully. Bashir on strike. Gets his body behind that one. Got something on that as he tried to pull it to leg side, but it bounced just before the keeper, De Silva. Have another look at that. I think it come off his glove and then bounced. Either way, not out, dot ball. Jimmy Anderson watching on intently. That was sarcasm. He looks like a cheerful soul at times, doesn't he? But Bashir, let's get you off the mark. He tries to club that to the leg side, gets a bottom edge, but he will get off the mark. One to his name. England 409 for 9. There'll be Wood on strike. 2 balls left in the over. Wood's on 11. 2 slips and a gully. Goes for a big heave over the leg side. Goes between batsman and leg stump, straight through to De Silva. No point hanging around now, is there? He may as well go out in a blaze of glory. And Mark Wood's character, he won't mind that, will he? He's an excitable kind of bloke. Clock moves on, 2 minutes to go. So the clock is going to beat us, it looks like. Seals into Wood. Goes to pull that one. He gets on him quick though, and he manages to get some bat on it. Squirts to square leg. De Silva will field that. End of the over. 88 overs bowled. England 410 for 9. Wood moves on to 12. He's got the strike at the start of this next over, which will be bowled by Alzari Joseph. I wouldn't want to be bowling that kind of delivery to Mark Wood. Got on him a little bit quick and was a little bit high. You can bet the first ball Mark Wood bowls to Seals will be up around his chin. Alzari Joseph into Wood. Bit of bounce there. That's 1 for the over. Mark Wood took a slight step to leg side, trying to give himself room. But that was too wide for him to reach, and he lets that one go through to De Silva, the keeper. Still 2 slips and a gully. Not bothering with the first slip, though. Alzari Joseph runs in. The clock goes to 30:30. This one's dug out to deep backward square. Deep backward point, apologies. And just be a single, so it will be Bashir on strike. Oh, it's been a no ball as well. He's bowled a couple of no balls already today. I think that's his 3rd no ball. England 412 for 9. Joseph starts his run up. Bashir's on strike. Gets a thick outside edge. That'll race down to the boundary. At third man, where there is no fielder, he moves on to 5. Well done, that man. Bashir on strike, he's on 5. Just making a change in the field. As we pan out, I couldn't quite see what the change was. Bashir waits. This one's bowled outside off stump. Outside edge. That goes into the hands of Holder. That'll be the end of the England innings. That'll be the end of play for today. England all out, 416 for 9. Solid catch there from Holder. 416 all out England. And on that note, I am going to depart. I'm going to say thank you for everyone who's joined us. Please give us a subscribe and click that notifications bell. We'll be back tomorrow morning. If you also give us a like, YouTube love that apparently. And I am Jimmy James. I will be back tomorrow morning at 10:55, just 5 minutes before the start of play. Get all set up. Thanks for joining me. It's been my pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Whatever you're doing, go and enjoy the sunshine, what's left of it.